Okay, so just for clarity, we're having a little bit of a technical issue. This is with, I believe, the recording system, which we'll be working on for the 11 a.m. Appointment. We always try to make sure that we have a video stream of the meeting. We're having an unknown technical difficulty, so we're just going to kind of have to roll with it until then. So if anybody asks, it's not a conspiracy, blame Zoom or Microsoft Teams or one of them. Always ends up being Microsoft Teams for some reason. So we'll call this meeting to order at 9:15. I'd like to welcome everybody here to the Board of Supervisors. This is your space and this is your representatives, and I appreciate you taking time on a Tuesday morning to come out here and be able to participate in the items that affect our community, to be able to speak with us, be able to learn about what's happening and ask questions. So I really greatly appreciate it. And with that, I am going to, one of the first recognizable faces there, BJ, you want to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Yeah? What? No, we got to do it again. It's a whole new meeting, yeah. All right. Please rise. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great, thank you so much. BJ does a lot of work with one pile at a time, way back many years. Lots of good, but also really bad memories out there. Some gross stuff. All right, everybody. We're going to first open up our meeting with oral communications. So this is for anything that is not on the agenda today. This is your opportunity to be able to address the board. You'll have 3 minutes. There's a beep at the 1 minute mark. And we are here to attentively listen to you. And we do ask that though you're free to be able to say what you want, we have, of course, a mixed audience, and as much as we can to keep it respectful is always appreciated. So please line up if you can. We have 15 minutes allotted for this, if it's all good. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Sean from the Parkinson's Support Group here locally. We are going to be holding our 3rd annual Parkinson's Awareness Walk, April 26th at 1:30, right over here on Jackson at the Parish Hall. And we would like to invite the board members to come, and we'll have a presentation of Many Faces of Parkinson's, as well as an optical course, so you can kind of get a feel for what Parkinson's kind of feels like. And then we'll be walking around downtown as well, from Stockton all the way up to the Red Church and back down to the hall. And that's about it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Hi. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Augusta Parrington. I'm president of the Friends of the Tuolumne County Library. And I would like to point out initially a couple of things to you. On the revised agenda for this meeting, you have listed the Crime Victims Week and Sexual Assault Awareness Week. Nowhere have you mentioned that this is also National Library Week. As I'm certain that you all are aware, the federal government has just canceled the grants that are issued by the Institute of Museums and Libraries. It gives monies to the states, which are funneled down to our local libraries. Excuse me. The amount formally allotted to California is $15.7 million, and that is what we have lost. The state librarian has said that these losses are going to be dramatic and will be felt immediately. This not only affects our local library, but it also affects the nation's libraries. I know that you are aware of the importance of our community and our library. The money helps libraries to complete their collections, to offer programs like literacy, storytelling for low income, STEM programs, workforce skills to young people, and the opportunity to earn a high school diploma, and as well many other programs. I realize that you have struggles with the upcoming budget, but I just hope that you will not forget the libraries. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Coming up.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for your time today. My name is Jessica Williams. I've been a constituent for 20 years. And I also need glasses. I had to take the time out of my day this morning on a Tuesday to come here to speak. I can't be here every Tuesday, as most of our, well, every one of your Tuesdays, so 2 Tuesdays a month, as most of our constituents can. I normally watch our board meetings on Access to Tuolumne. I hear rumbles and rumors that we want to defund Access to Tuolumne and take it down, so we can't see these meetings on our own time. And as those of us know how Access to Tuolumne is funded, it is a fee levied from the cable companies that cable users use, and then it pays for public service. If we shut down Access to Tuolumne, that money just goes to the cable companies. We're not getting $1.76 back to the county or to ratepayers. If everyday constituents can't watch the meetings on Access to Tuolumne at their own time after work, we're left watching Facebook reels from our supervisors while they're driving down the road, while they're sitting in their car, while they're standing in front of the next house that they're trying to sell. None of that feels fair and transparent to me. So I'm asking you now, as we look through that budget, to keep Access to Tuolumne going. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I do appreciate it. We do ask with any applause, the same as we don't want to have anybody booing folks. It's a matter of respect into it. Can't compel it, but we try to keep a decorum in there too, which is why I'm such a stickler on it as well, because we want to make sure everybody feels comfortable being able to speak regardless. So, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the chance to speak to this esteemed group. My name is Nancy White, and today I'm here representing the Tuolumne County Volunteer Fair. April is, in addition to all these other things you've acknowledged, National Volunteer Month. And to commemorate this, the fair will be held on April 17th from 4 to 7 at Motherlode Fairgrounds. The Volunteer Fair brings together nonprofits, service groups, and agencies who depend on volunteers to fill their missions. It's an opportunity for folks with a desire to serve their community to find out about all the great volunteer options that are available to them. Research has found that volunteering has multiple benefits. It boosts self-confidence. It decreases the risk of depression, especially in the elderly. It lowers levels of stress hormones. It provides a network of friends with common interests and a sense of purpose. It teaches people new skills, and it actually increases lifespans. These great benefits are one of the reasons why this year's fair is once again being sponsored by Sonora Area Foundation and co-hosted by Blue Zones and Love Tuolumne County. So often we hear people say, I really want to help. I don't know how to go about it. I want to put my skills to use. This is a chance for folks to match up to a group that needs their skills and abilities. We have groups from a wide variety of interests, including animal rescue, veterans groups, faith-based, food pantries, education, kids, mental health, seniors, outdoors, first responders, theater and the arts, gardening, special needs, service organizations, and veterans. It's also a great way to get our youth involved in the community at an early age. Volunteering young creates a sense of pride in the community. As I've said before, instead of driving by the park and thinking, hey, I want to turn that trash can over, they want to take care of the park. They're proud of it because they work to make it better. Parking and admission to the fair is absolutely free, and there will be food for purchase. This year, we will be celebrating the 5th anniversary of our in-person volunteer fair, and we encourage all of our friends and neighbors to join us on April 17th from 4 to 7 at Motherlode Fairgrounds. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Luke 8:17 says, "For nothing is secret that will not be revealed, nor anything hidden that will not be known and come to light." God truly does work in mysterious ways. As I was in the middle of speaking on truth and lies, God interrupted me by placing the vaccine debate back in my lap. Of course, the topic of vaccines fits perfectly into a discussion of truth and lies. It's got some truth and some good mixed in with a bunch of fear, manipulation, control, greed, money, and lies. It's likewise for so many of the current topics today. Ukraine and other wars, abortion, Title IX enforcement, tariffs, budget cuts, firebombing Teslas, DEI, immigration, transgenderism, homelessness, the COVID response, climate change, government spending, etc. With each of these topics, there are true, correct, and good answers. And those answers are not found in cultural trends, our emotions, or biased scientific studies. They are answers that exist whether we do or not. It's what true science and true religion and true philosophy seeks to find, the truth that is bigger than us. Yet for far too long, these debates have been dominated by evil, fueled by the media, special interests, political parties, foreign countries, and intelligence agencies using the same tactics that have been used for millennia. Fear, gaslighting, propaganda, fake science, social engineering, and lies are just a few of the weapons used against us. But God is still in control, and many truths are coming to light, and that will be painful for those who have wholeheartedly believed the lies. We are already seeing this play out. As leaders, the people turn to you in their time of distress. If you endorse the same lies that put them into distress to begin with, then you are not being their friend, and I don't think any of you want that. As more truths are revealed, remember God wins in the end. Choose your side wisely. Do you choose truth or lies? Your constituents and your very salvation are counting on you. Heavenly Father, I thank you so much for the free will you give us, and I'm so sorry that we have abused it so badly. Shine your light brightly, Lord, and expose all lies. And as that happens, Lord, give your strength to the leaders before me now and to all of those who are leaders in our community, and help us to be a comfort and a guide back to the truth, which is found in you, God. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other oral communications? All right. With that, we'll be closing oral communications. Sometimes folks step up like right at the last minute. Just reviewing a little bit onto the agenda here before we go into staff reports. We're going to be doing, after staff reports, the consent calendar. Immediately after that, we will be moving item 14 for consideration. That is the A&F item for the flooding that ended up happening, just so that we can get that work kind of going. And then again, we'll have to check before the 11 a.m. appointment, I believe, to make sure the video is good. I neglect to do this right beforehand, but do we have any other concerns with the agenda? Looks good? Great. All right, so with that, we will move into staff reports. Folks be able to come line up and tell us all the good stuff that's happening, or anything that's bad we need to know about too, but we like good news.
No, in fact, I'm Michelle Jaquetta, Public Health Director. We do have a lot going on, but I'm very glad to be here to share positive news. It is National Public Health Week, and I want to just take a little time to acknowledge our wonderful and dedicated staff. And along those lines, I'm also very happy to share that our EMS Administrator, Katie Andrews, was selected to receive an Excellence in EMS Award in recognition of her outstanding contributions to the EMS field from the California Emergency Medical Services Authority. Katie has received notification from EMSA, which states in summary, "Your dedication and excellence have not gone unnoticed, and it is with great pleasure that we extend this honor to you." Katie Andrews demonstrates exceptional leadership and dedication. Her extensive experience, remarkable organizational skills, compassion, and approachability significantly enhance our EMS operations. As the most progressive and involved EMS coordinator our county has seen, Katie's patience and innovative approach have led to substantial technical advancements, including bringing CADs, I believe that's for computer-aided dispatch, to our rural EMS community, Lucas CPR machines on every ambulance, and upgrading to a substantially superior PCR software, all in a short amount of time. She truly cares for and listens to all first responders in Tuolumne County, fostering a supportive and collaborative environment. As Katie's teammate, I can attest that she excels in all that she puts her hand to, and her kindness and caring are unquestionable. So once again, we just want to thank and recognize and congratulate Katie on this well-deserved honor.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Katie Henry, different Katie. I wish I was that Katie. She sounds great. I oversee the MSA for the Master Stewardship Agreement that we have with the Stanislaus National Forest. I just wanted to give an update on our projects. So we are currently ongoing with our spring planting, and we have paid our contractor to plant 248,000 trees so far out of the 555 contracted for this spring. We have a couple volunteer reforestation days still underway if anybody would like to volunteer. That is through our partnership with the Forest Service and the Tuolumne River Trust. You can reach out to them. Their email is volunteer@tuolumne.org. They have dates of Friday, April 11th, April 12th, the 24th, and April 26th. We are also continuing our Phase 3 fuels reduction fuel break project in approximately 3,000 acres of federal and private lands, including SPI out in the Jupiter area. We're getting ready to hopefully have the second part of that project totaling 7,000 acres coming soon for the remaining 3,000. We are also planning and prepping for the Cerril 2.0 first set of fuel breaks project Excelsior, which is around approximately 4,500 acres. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I got the opportunity to brag about you and everybody else that works on that this past weekend in Anaheim. Amazing success with forest fuel reduction, risk reduction, replanting, recovery, and et cetera, a bunch of different stuff. So anyway, Eric, good morning.
Morning, Eric Aiken, Director of Library and Recreation Services. As Augusta mentioned, this week is National Library Week, so just wanted to spend a couple minutes and discuss that with you and let the community know that we do have some events going on this week at the libraries. The theme this year is Drawn to the Library. Yesterday was National Library Right to Read Day. Today is National Library Workers Day. Tomorrow will be National Library Outreach Day, and then on Friday is Take Action for Libraries. As Augusta mentioned, there has been some cuts to library funding through the federal government, which will trickle down and impact some of the services that we're able to provide our community. We are looking for partnerships and other opportunities to try and keep those programs going and find alternate means of funding. Some of the things we have going on this week at the library, we are offering a fee amnesty for all late or items that were found in the back of the car that you forgot you still had. We are waiving all fines and fees for those returned this week. So if anybody has a book that they've been too embarrassed to come in or didn't want to pay the fines, this would be the week to bring that in. We're really just looking to get all of our materials back in the collection so that other people can enjoy those. So we are offering that this week. Our Friends of the Library is also, we are providing coffee for anyone that comes into the library, and thanks in large part to our friends. I also encourage people to stop by the Sonora Library. We have a pretty large display of all of our local authors, and there's quite a few more than people realize in Tuolumne County. And so we have a nice display of their materials and books at the Sonora Library for people to check out. We also, we have a few programs this week just to try and encourage people to come into the library, see what we're all about, see all the different things that we have to offer. Today from 12 to 4, we have Scrabble for the young and the young at heart to come and participate and challenge each other. Tomorrow, we will have a family fun day from 1 to 6. And again, this is just encouraging people, their kids and parents to come in together, participate in some games and some arts and crafts. And then Saturday, we have our ever famous Lego Day. and it's surprising, or not surprising, but the parents get into it probably just as much or more than the kids do. The libraries, we do offer a lot more than just books, and I won't get into all of it. Augusta touched on a lot of those, but we do also operate as warming and cooling shelters. We do provide a lot of services that aren't thought of when you traditionally think of libraries. And so with today being National Library Workers Day, I really want to give a shout out and a thank you to my wonderful staff that has been doing a great job in working with the community. They do so much more than just checking out books. They're kind of the front lines in working with HHSA and people that come in with needs that need to be met and connecting them to service those needs. We're helping people apply for jobs, file taxes, do research projects, get high school diplomas, all kinds of things, access to computers and internet, which a lot of people in the community don't have access to. And so they do a wonderful job, and I'd really like to give them a shout out today. But again, I encourage everyone to come stop by your local library, get a library card if you don't have one, and see what we're all about. Thank you.
Thank you.
While you were talking, I texted my wife that it's book amnesty week, so we're going to do a sweep of the house, make sure we don't have anything hidden.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Assistant Director. A few updates. As we do every year, we will be hosting our annual wildfire preparedness town halls. We have some flyers out for the public here, and we've been circulating that, but I just want to talk about a little bit about, we are doing it virtually, Zoom, so 3 nights, April 28th, 29th, and 30th. All of them will start at 6 p.m. The first night will focus on preparedness. So we will have staff both from our office, Sheriff's Office, Animal Control. We will be talking about what we can do as a community to prepare. That includes go bags, understanding difference between evacuation orders and warnings. Also animals, Team Elite, all of those resources are available. On the second night, we will be focusing on prevention. So we will have CAL FIRE TC unit doing a presentation about defensible space. We will also be talking about home hardening and how you can make improvements to your home to reduce the risk of ember ignition. The third night, we will be focusing on planning for long-term risk reduction and mitigation. So we will have many of our partners, including U.S. Forest Service, talk about CERL and MSA, all of the fuels reduction projects that will be done on public lands, Tuolumne Fire Safe Council, Firewise, RCD, TUD, Groveland Community Service District, all of those partners that are doing work to help reduce the risk. So 3 nights, all of them again will be on Zoom and start at 6 p.m. We will continue to push out the flyer and hope that we get the public participating. Love to have any of you, no more than 2, to participate in that particular, each one of those nights. So just let me know and I'd be happy to make sure you are part of the intro of each of those nights. So our second update is, as you know, we have the home hardening grants, and I want to put a plug in. We have an RFP going out for a project manager. And so with the preliminary property environmental assessments now completed, the next phase requires that we hire a full-time project manager to coordinate the resources and activities in order to fill those grant objectives. And we are really asking for a project manager who would be an independent individual or a group, but is expected to be that single resource for us on behalf of that grant. So we will be posting that hopefully this week. So if you are interested, that particular project manager would be a part of the team, but would be really responsible for ongoing management of that particular grant, meeting with all the property owners, also being the coordinator with any of our contractors that we hire through that grant to do both the defensible space as well as the home hardening work, et cetera, budget, all of that that's a part of that. So if you know of anyone that's interested, please check out the project manager, Tuolumne County Wildfire Mitigation Home Hardening grant project that will be listed in OpenGov. So we hope to get some interested folks. Last but not least, I want to do a plug. We will have a booth at the Home and Garden Show this weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. We will be joined next door to us will be CAL FIRE with Defensible Space, but we have partners and Cal OES and CAL FIRE individuals coming from Sacramento with actual a sample of those types of home hardening products that we suggest for individuals. So we will be there both days. We will be in the Manzanita building 10 to 4 on Saturday and Sunday. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. I got to work on my garden too. All right. And do we have any other staff reports? Going once, going twice. All right. With that, we'll close staff reports. Again, thank you everybody for the updates and appreciate that. Really helps us to be able to make good decisions, get all the info. So with that, can the board clerk read the items that we have on the consent calendar?
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the March 18th, 2025 meeting. Item number 2, approving a recommendation from the Board of Supervisors Fire Safety Advisory Committee to conceptually support the TUD Wildfire Risk Mitigation Plan and Fire Water Draft Points Plan. Item number 3, recognizing unanticipated revenue in the Master Stewardship Cost Center in the amount of $107,150,000 for a grant from CTS Enterprises, Arbor Day Foundation, and One Tree Planted for reforestation efforts in the Rimfire Burn Scar area, increasing appropriations by the same amount and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents. Item number 4, approving the appointment of Anthony Lopez as a discretionary representative to the Tuolumne County Child Care Planning Council with a term to expire June 30th, 2026. Item number 5, approving a letter of support for SB 496 regarding Advanced Clean Fleets Regulation Appeals Advisory Committee exemptions. Item number 6, directing county staff to review and provide feedback to the Central Sierra Economic Development Department, CSEDD, on opportunities to regionalize enterprise-type services. Excuse me. Item number 7, approving the appointment of Ellen Gunther to the Oak Grove Cemetery District Board of Trustees for a term to expire on April 8th, 2029. Item number 8, waiving the second reading of and adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 10.24 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code to increase parking fines.
Wonderful. Thank you. Start off, do we have any board members wishing to pull an item?
Item number 6.
All right, we'll be pulling item number 6. Do we have any other items that wish to pull? Going once, going twice. All right, so with that, will be any comments on items 1 through 5 and 7 through 8?
Just one comment real briefly on Anthony Lopez stepping up to work on the Tuolumne County Child Care Planning Council. This is a group that's connected to the board, but we don't actually serve on it, but I do attend their meetings sometimes, and it's a group that does a lot to address the severe lack of child care opportunities in Tuolumne County, and so I'm grateful that we have good people stepping up to help promote child care in our community. So thank you very much to Mr. Lopez.
Great, thank you.
And I'll make a quick
Kirk?
comment on number 2. I know TUD, specifically Ron Ringen, has been talking about these water draft points for several years, so congratulations that they got a grant to get it going. Hopefully they'll get grants to actually create it, but I think with wildfire preparedness and everything our board's doing, it's great to see what TUD is doing as well. So.
And thank you, Supervisor. I actually had planned on mentioning that too, because in our Fire Safety Advisory Committee, we talked about this issue, and TUD did a great presentation on it. And it's an idea that started years and years ago, and they've put a lot of work into developing it to where it is now. So
great. And I had one comment on item 5. This is support regarding the Advanced Clean Fleet regulations and exemptions. This is one of those things as we're looking at different fuels. The flexibility to implement is incredibly important. The state doesn't always understand how difficult it is, particularly in rural counties. So I appreciate the Special District Association bringing this up to us. And we've got a lot of local government representative groups that work and we work with at the state level. So they are on K Street there. They are having meetings with legislators. They're telling all the new folks there of how this stuff actually works to make sure that the policy is at least as best as we can be able to get it. So All right, with that, I'll be looking for a motion to approve. Oh, no, we have to do public comment. Sorry. Got it. I know. You were ready too. We'll be opening public comment. This will be on items 1 through 5 and 7 and 8. Any members of the public would like to speak, please come on up. Going once, going twice. All right, closing public comment on that, and I'll be looking for a motion if there's no further discussion to approve.
Chair, I'll move that we approve the consent calendar minus item 6.
All right.
I'll
So-
second.
So moved by Supervisor Campbell, seconded by Supervisor Holland. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining, passes unanimously. Normally, we would be going into item 6 directly, but this request of staff, we're going to go into 14 first, and then we'll go into 6. So if the clerk can read item number 14, please.
Consideration of adopting Resolution 28-25 pursuant to Section 22050 of the Public Contract Code and Section 3.22.060 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, finding there is a need to take emergency actions to repair damage to county facilities, including the AN Francisco Building as a result of a plumbing failure and flooding event on or about April 3rd, 2025, and delegating authority to the county administrator to order any necessary action to make necessary repairs without giving notice for bid to let contracts. Four-fifths
believe-
vote required.
We've swapped out Debbie's desk from a standing desk to a floating desk now, right, in that building. So we'll be presenting Roger first.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't, we don't have a presentation. We did, I think the board's fully aware that we had a sprinkler head break in the A&F building caused extensive flooding in one section of the 3rd floor and down on the 2nd floor parking garage. And so we had a restoration company out immediately to help with the recovery, and we need to continue doing that work.
All right, bring it back to the board. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, we'll open it up for public comment. Is there any member of the public who'd like to speak? Going once, going twice. All right, closing that off. Like I said, I think this is shows why deferred maintenance and facility staff definitely very important, always, but especially when things go wrong there. So bring it back to the board for comment or looking for a motion to adopt item 14, resolution 2825.
I'll move on to staff recommendation.
All right, we have it.
Second.
First by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Griefer. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, abstaining. All right, passes unanimously. And so we'll have that item. And if staff will read item 6, and we'll move into that.
Item number 6, directing county staff to review and provide feedback to the Central Sierra Economic Development Department, CSEDD, on opportunities to regionalize enterprise-type services.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Griefer, you pulled this. This is an item, of course, that we presented, talked about at CSEDD, so happy to tag in and provide any answers or questions, but I'll let you lead.
That's actually a great segue since it has your name on it, so I wasn't sure if you authored this or if this came from that organization as a whole, but I'll get to that point in a second.
It was from adopted unanimously as a recommendation back out to the member partners by the CSEDD board, though I did write the proposal at CSEDD.
Okay, I just didn't know if it was going to come from them directly or if this was coming from you directly. Because when I go on their website, it doesn't have anything. Their website basically goes over, well, let's back up a little bit. The reason I'm pulling this specifically is because my understanding is something like this should have come under the board requests. And the reason why I say that is because my understanding is that this board has decided that anything that was going to, quote, direct staff to review or take action, we were going to decide whether or not we wanted to move forward on this as a whole. And the reason why is because anytime we have something on a consent calendar that we approve, now we've committed our staff to taking action on quite a healthy list of potential items that this organization suggests that we could be a partner with. And so my first question is, which you don't have to answer because we're not at that, we're past that bridge now, but I was just curious.
And I might be able to provide some background that would help with some of the questions in general too.
Well, I think the question is this the new business? Is this gonna be something we're gonna direct staff under under a consent item, or are we going to go with the rules that my understanding is board requests are specifically for that? But that
Right.
might be for an internal discussion that we wish to have a little later. But as I said, we've already passed that. We're on to the consent calendar now.
Yeah, and so if I may,
You may not. Let me continue, please.
okay?
Thank you. So my position still is, with that being said, I don't understand where this organization, and to be fair, I'm not on that board. That what I will appreciate your guidance on of what they do. But when you go onto their website and you look at it, it says homeless, it looks at economic development, it looks at a number of things. What I never saw on their website is getting involved with county council, agriculture officer, film commission, HR, LAFCO, narcotics, solid waste, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if you want to, if we as a board wish to direct staff to work with this partner as well as TC and others, I would consider tabling this, bringing it back down with a much narrower scope. Because I think this is a great deal of work to ask our staff, who is currently under a great deal of pressure to continue the goals and objectives that this board has started with the projects that we have initiated, especially as we go into a new fiscal discussion and fiscal year. I don't think this is a good time for this. So I don't know how we table a consent calendar item if we want to. If we want to vote it down and bring it back, we can. If we want to table it for a discussion at a later time, that the board wants to take this opportunity to ask the staff to look into, there's got to be what, 60, 70 items on here? Right? I mean, I don't know how many.
Would you like my response?
Sure. Now.
Right. So on this item, there are a few. There's some, I think, inaccuracies on kind of what the process happened for this. So one, it's not a partner, it's a JPA, and we are a member of that. So we are with that organization. And in the 5-year SEDS, it does have regionalizing services and regulations to be able to reduce costs, which fundamentally is the core and a core priority here, as something that it does in a number of areas, including economic development. The direction at CSEDD was taking the economic development position, which is Alex Bloom, to explore some of the other ones that are more broadly under economic development. That was an initial draft of what it could be in saving taxpayer dollars by not having redundancy. What it's requesting, or the first is, it was a draft as vice chair of that board that I brought up, but it was adopted unanimously by the 7 JPA members as a recommendation back to the counties to consider. What the request in terms of staff time is filling out a survey. Staff would then be authorized to say, based on our goals and what's already established, here are things that we think this could help achieve those already established goals, and send that back. CSEDD would be performing all of the work on developing that with Alex Bloom and bringing back an item there to figure out what are basically a majority or a minimum viable product of counties and cities that want to partner on it. Those would be then coming back to us to determine if we would like to agendize that, for example, in a priority session, where you're right, it would be an actual project that's going to take time. So all to sum up, it's not a board request, it's from the JPA, though I did write that. It's the same as if YARTS would have a proposal approved and then sent back, even if one of our members did it. And it's only, as far as time, staff being able to probably sit down for about 1 hour with Alex to go through those based on our priorities and say, yeah, this is some of the stuff that might help us. So hopefully that clarifies some of it. I'm always happy in advance if you have questions to talk about this stuff. And I completely agree with you. If it was a significant amount of time, and eventually there will be, the priority session is when we should be discussing those. So,
Well, when I met with the acting CAO, he specifically said this would be a great deal of work. So,
Roger?
And not to put words in his mouth or to put him on the spot, and I don't think he needs to respond to this, but the reality is, if he chooses to, I'm all for that. But the reality is that, again, I don't understand why, if we're asking the board to, if we're asking staff to do something, it should have been under the board request. The board should have had an opportunity to discuss where do we want to, and I keep saying partner, and I understand what a JPA is, but we partner with this organization to say, this is what we want to look at or to continue down that road. Again, I don't understand how narcotics investigation is part of economic development, solid waste, broadband, I'll give you that one. Because I think that's important. Radio communications, housing authority, right? But this is basically everything in the kitchen sink thrown on a wall to see if we, where we want to add another layer of government. And I don't think that's what we want to do. I think right now we should say, hey, look, if we want to work with this organization, these are the top 3, give that to staff and then move forward. I don't think there's any reason for us to have witness victim or HR policy updates or building plans or collective bargaining, things like that. I just think it's too much. So for that very reason, I'm a no vote on that as written. If you want to withdraw it and table it and narrow it down a little bit and then bring it back before the board, I could go for that.
Just to clarify, it is not a board request.
I know it's not.
So-
That's
Supervisor
actually
Campbell?
kind of my point.
So-
Exactly. It
but-
should have been a board request,
No, it's not a board request. It's from a JPA.
but it's coming from you because your name's on it.
No, because it has a vote of 7 of the JPA that is bringing it to us.
Okay.
So-
Semantics.
It's not.
It is.
So
Supervisor Campbell?
by way of compromising, kind of moving these things forward, I see Supervisor Griefer's point. I actually had a similar question. It's kind of more a little bit in semantics about the way it's phrased, the request. It's not super clear what the request is here from the CSEDD, but what I see here is that the request is for Tuolumne County staff, including relevant departments, to provide feedback on CSEDD staff regarding priority areas and consideration, and then it gives a list of them. My suggestion is if we could table this and come back with a different approach, being that that Tuolumne County would serve more in a passive capacity, that CSEDD, they're working on this, and that's great. The board there is very interested in working on this as well. They should be. They will be identifying these key areas and then bring that to Tuolumne County staff. Rather than, so that the heavy lifting would be done on the CSEDD side and not the Tuolumne County side.
Yes.
Because I absolutely agree. If they find areas where the county can partner with other agencies and other partner groups in the community, that is absolutely something that we should do. I'm a little hesitant to want to put our staff on that job of finding those intersections.
Completely agree. This was a discussion that was had at the CSEDD. This is the initial draft that was presented, basically unredacted. The direction that came was to focus on a more limited version under economic development. And so in transparency, it includes kind of the full discussion. But the request was to do exactly that. What CSEDD staff indicated is they would not be able to basically bring those back at the CSEDD without knowing a rough level of some interest amongst the member counties, which is why this was a request coming as a basically permission to survey the members based on that feedback. So if we send it back, they won't be able to bring back an item and say GIS because we haven't said that might be an issue. And if only one county says it's an issue, then the partnership would be very hard.
Well, but I think if the request had said that, if it said the CSEDD is looking to see if Tuolumne County is interested in this as a topic, I think that would have been a lot easier to move forward with. But the way it's phrased now, it looks like Tuolumne County staff providing feedback in an active role rather than a passive role of responding to items that the CSEDD comes up with.
And if I may, I want to ask Roger as well too, because this was creating a memo from CSEDD based on the email that was sent out. I know that it is on obviously letterhead. This was meant to be basically the item that was presented to CSEDD with a staff memo, which I don't see necessarily on it. And as mentioned with Supervisor Griefer's comments, can you respond to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think filling out a survey is not the enormous amount of work that I was referencing. What I'm referencing is in the first paragraph the second paragraph where it says request here for Tuolumne County staff, including relevant departments, to provide feedback to CS. And looking at that list, that's every single county department that would have to provide feedback. And and I agree that I think that's an extensive amount of work. If they want me to fill out a survey and it takes an hour, that's fine.
Mhm.
But if it's gonna be filling out a survey on all those topics, that's gonna require work from every staff, every department in the organization. And that's what I was referencing is it is gonna be an extensive amount of work just to provide the feedback. We can provide a generic response that some of these things are very viable, but some of these things are gonna increase the workload of our staff, absolutely.
And I appreciate that, and I think that's just in the write-up that I had for this, a vagueness that does need to be clarified, because the intent was effectively to fill out a survey in the administrative office based on our priorities of what might be an option. And so I'd like to have that so amended that that is basically what the scope of this is for Roger and your team to be able to fill out a survey. That's what we're asking.
Did we send this out to the other counties, the partner counties, and are they doing it, or have they received this to their boards yet?
Yeah, Alex Bloom is going through and sending this to each of them and the members that are on it. And so we haven't had another CSEDD meeting yet. The anticipation is when that comes back, we're gonna have a table, and the table is gonna indicate, yes, this makes a lot of sense for us, it's a problem. You know, this is, maybe we could talk about it, and this is a no-go. And with that data, we can then say, hey, these are the 3 or 4 things that maybe make sense.
Okay, so each county is getting the same letter?
Yes, yeah, this was the draft that came to CSEDD. So I appreciate that. I don't want to beleaguer it. I'll only say that I think the objectives of what this was brought, it's mentioned about an extra level of government. We're already in this, but the idea was to do 5 things. Stop paying outside consultants as much as possible, share costs and have an economy of scale where possible, have a deeper pool of talent and capacity where we might have a department of 1 person, increase kind of, the collaboration there, being able to increase program resiliency. Again, if we have 1 person and they leave, we have to kind of start over from scratch. And the last was effectively efficiency, so that there are some things which we do, which we don't want to have to do, which we could do at a better scale or cheaper at a regional level, and that maybe they could look into that. So with that, I think if it's fine, I'm going to make a friendly amendment to this that it will be exactly that. We're voluntolding Roger to fill out a survey to see which might make sense. And I will add that what was discussed in CSEDD was related to a broad umbrella, but economic development. So it is more limited than that full list. And that was what was directed. I expected this would have had a staff memo with it. This is what I provided. So let's consider those into the original.
With all due respect, I asked County Council to see if we can amend it, because it is an item that's on the agenda. We have not notified the public whether we're going to amend it. So there would be a process for the public to be able to weigh in on the amended phrasing of said agenda item.
Supervisor Griefer, we had a resolution that came before the board and every word of it was replaced.
Well, I understand, which is ironic that you're cutting and
This
baiting,
is
right?
a friendly amendment. It's a very traditional process.
Right, but didn't make a motion.
So, Sarah, you want to weigh in?
Sure, I think that you're allowed to amend it. I mean, obviously you need to do public comment, but you're simply changing the direction to staff, because the item right now says direct staff to review and provide feedback. So now you're saying you would just like them to fill out a survey that, I guess, provides some higher level feedback.
All staff, or you said just Roger?
I think it's only identifying which staff is the only thing. It's just defining staff.
I think you can do that within the context of this agenda language.
Yeah, thank you.
And again, I support Supervisor Campbell's position. Why don't we just table this, retool it a little bit, come back, and that way it'll be crystal clear, and staff will know what we're asking them to do. We'll know what we're asking the staff to do. There's no rush unless the organization's going away, which I don't believe they are. So why can't we just table this for 30 days or till the next meeting, however you choose, and we can retool it and bring it back?
And it's a good question. This is more of an agendizing issue that has taken a little while to get on there because it's not the highest priority thing. We don't want to push it off and not have time on our agendas to then meet the CSEDD deadline. And the time to have that discussion actually is going to take more time than just asking Roger based on our priorities to do it.
I don't see a deadline on here.
The deadline would be the next CSEDD meeting. I could look that up.
No, it's not on the document. I was just,
yeah,
you referenced the deadline. I just didn't see it, so I thought perhaps I missed it.
Yes.
So what I was, by way of compromise, if we table this until the next meeting, we direct Roger to communicate with Matt Bloom about what the CSEDD's intentions are. Roger, you develop a board member a memo explaining the county's position and where you'd like to be at and what the CSED wants. And then I see no reason why I can't go on consent on the next board meeting. I don't want to hold you to that we would have to do it the next board meeting, but that would be the my first choice.
And if we do have to have public comment, but if that's amenable, I'm fine with that. And if that'll be a motion, then I would be happy to second it. If it's okay, I'd like to open it up for public comment on this item. All right, if any members of the public would like to speak to this item, please step up. You'll have 3 minutes to be able to talk about it. Going once, going twice. Okay, well, we'll bring it back to the board unless we have any further discussion that we need. I think that would be a motion to table it and direct it to come back at the next meeting and to direct Roger to be able to discuss with Alex which ones of these we'd like to have in that memo as a priority, correct?
I'd like to just make one comment, and that is real simply, this is a good conversation. I appreciate there's concern and we're going back and forth and we're giving each other a chance to speak. Hopefully we can continue that into the future, unlike some past board meetings where we spend more time arguing about trying to have a conversation than actually just having the conversation. Conversation took place, we're getting over in 20 minutes, bada bing, bada boom. So I will support your motion.
You make a great point. Is that?
So do I need a motion for that? Because it seems like we have consensus.
Or ask on unanimous consensus.
Yeah,
Is that the
either way is
direction?
fine.
Okay.
Well, I think for public record,
All
I make a motion, or go ahead.
So I'll make a motion that we table this item until a future board meeting, preferably the next board meeting, giving Roger time to communicate with Mr. Bloom, with CSEDD, and then come back to us with a recommendation on this item, on regionalized enterprise type services.
And I'll second. Okay. Discussion on the motion. See any? All right, we will call the vote on that motion to table there. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Abstaining? All right, passes unanimously. So Roger, do you have direction? Great. Okay. With that, it's 10 o'clock. I always like to take a 5-minute little 10 o'clock bio break because I know everybody's having a cup of coffee. So let's reconvene at 10:12 with the board, and we'll be going into let's see, I think we're going to go through our proclamations and commendations first with that, and then we'll be going into our 10 a.m. appointments related to Sexual Assault Awareness Month and Victims of Crime. So, all right, we're adjourned till 10:12. Good. A lot of good people. All right, if we can have all supervisors come back to the dais and everybody take a seat, would appreciate it. And we'll be preparing to go into proclamations and commendations. This will be items 9 and 10. Oh, where'd everybody go? Fruit leather. Supervisors? Thanks, Mike. Okay, all right, with that, will the clerk read item 9?
Item number 9, consideration of adopting resolution 25-25, proclaiming the week of April 6th through April 12th, 2025 to be Tuolumne County Crime Victims' Rights Week.
Madam District Attorney.
Good morning, Supervisors. Cassandra Jenneke, your Tuolumne County District Attorney. This week, we celebrate National Crime Victims' Rights Week, and each year we, in our office, and I hope across the community, use this as a call to action in how we can support victims of crime in their seeking of justice through our criminal justice system. I'm really grateful to be here today to recognize some truly amazing Tuolumne County employees and members of our community who support victims through their healing process in their work. Most directly, our victims of crime in Tuolumne County are supported by an amazing team of victim advocates that operate out of my office. This includes Kelsey Stone, Dixie Sky, Crystal Fouts, Holly Brown, and Tracy Archer. In the last calendar year, they have supported 557 victims of crime, and they have delivered over 9,000 services to them. What I have to say is that their job is one of the most complex. I've told maybe not all members of this board, but some of you have heard me say this before. People rarely come to my office on their best day. And people who have to seek the services of our advocates are often doing that in the lowest of lows. Those who live and thrive in this work have to characterize it as a calling, because to call it anything else would be disingenuous. In order to survive the extensive secondary trauma that they experience, these ladies engage selflessly in seeking justice every day and serving our Tuolumne County crime victims and survivors, and I'm incredibly grateful for their hard work. This year, we are hosting our 15th annual luncheon in conjunction with the Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition and Child Welfare Services. We are supported in this effort through donative support by the Chicken Ranch tribe of Miwok Indians. They have supplied us not only a reduction in our food costs, but also have donated the entire space for our use that day. They are also on our list of nominees. They have provided extensive housing support for victims who have had to come from out of county in the past year to participate in jury trials for us, and we are so incredibly grateful to them for that support. Each year we host this luncheon to truly honor our Tuolumne County employees and our community members that are engaging in outstanding work that serves victims and survivors of crime. These are folks that are regularly going above and beyond the call of duty and doing things that I would offer are incredibly unique and that not everybody would do. This year, I'm so grateful to honor these folks that we get to work with, specifically starting with our child welfare services folks. This year, we're honoring the emergency shelter manager, Kathy Canepa. Kathy is a person who gets to help our youngest and most vulnerable victims as their first out-of-home placement when they are taken into the foster care system. Our child welfare social worker and child abuse review team interviewer, Jennifer Marcocha. She also gets to help some of our youngest and most vulnerable victims by walking them through describing their abuse. She does this in a trauma-informed, developmentally appropriate, and truly kind way, and we're incredibly grateful for her work. You are probably not surprised, but a variety of our remarkable local law enforcement officers and agents are also on our list to honor this year. These are folks who investigate some of our most brutal, our most heinous crimes, all while honoring victim and survivor needs in their search for the truth. These folks this year include our Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office detectives Terry Knapp and Priscilla Carrasco, Tuolumne County Sheriff's Bailiff Ross Artis, Sonora Police Department officers Eric Weber and Ronald Watson, California Highway Patrol Officer Eli Dillon, and District Attorney Investigator Brandon Green. Now, some folks who make this list that I think probably surprise people every year are our folks and members of our local and state offender community supervision teams. These are our folks who work for probation and parole. They are key in us achieving victim healing and making sure that our victims and survivors are safe. These are the folks who make sure that our victims and survivors' voices are heard at sentencing. They offer them protection where and when they can, and they try to help reduce future recidivism through correction behavior management and accountability. These folks this year include California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation Parole Officer Norman DeLeese, Tuolumne County Adult Probation Officers Mandy Tudor and Alden Gillette, and Tuolumne County Juvenile Probation Officer Cecilia Jimenez. Last but certainly not least, we are honoring CNVC's Direct Services Director, Jessie Nosinow, Jessie Abbott. She leads her organization in helping victims of sexual assault and domestic violence. She helps those victims navigate all aspects of civil and the criminal justice systems in ways that my office sometimes cannot, where we are statutorily prohibited, and they offer confidential services that oftentimes serve those folks who don't feel comfortable reporting, whose cases maybe we don't end up filing. And so the example that she sets for her organization is one that is to be appreciated and certainly modeled. Finally, we appreciate your recognition of National Crime Victims' Rights Week in Tuolumne County. I know that this is something we do every year, but I think it bears noting and a pause for the fact that even though we are small as a community of individuals who serve our victims of crime and survivors of crime, we are mighty. We do work with very little, and the truly outstanding support that we provide these folks is something that I appreciate you recognizing. We ask you that you proclaim this week, April 6th, we're a little far in, through April 12th of 2025 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week in Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Great. District Attorney, thank you so much for your presentation, and recognize the importance of that work is absolutely huge. Bring it back to the board if we have any questions on this item. Questions first? No? No questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move to public comment and bring it back to the board for comment. Any members of the public that would like to speak, please step up and you'll have 3 minutes.
You might be surprised to know that I've committed some crimes. Luckily, none of them were violent, so I don't have a trail of victims behind me, but I am a victim. I was beaten severely for years of my life as a child and as a young adult, once possibly to the point of death and ending up in the hospital. And so I can relate to the victims of crime. And I just want to thank all the people who work so hard for those people. And I think I can speak on behalf of at least my church, and I think most churches in this county who are so supportive of law enforcement and everything that they do to help protect victims of especially violent crime. It's horrible. It's happening regularly in our county and all over the world. And so it's important to me. Wasn't going to step up and say anything, but thank you all so much.
Thank you. Sheriff, good morning.
Morning, Board. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. I'd be remiss if I didn't take a very brief opportunity, because I'll be speaking on the next one, but to extend my gratitude for that outstanding representation by the District Attorney. She has my unwavering support in this whole network that it takes, this entire team, to protect this county and protect people from crime. I couldn't echo more my support and just my awe for the entire team. All those people that highlighted undoubtedly deserve that moment to be recognized. It's one thing to have somebody share something with you. It's another to actually feel it with them. And if there's one thing that I could take from the District Attorney's presentation, is that I have personally witnessed that and experienced that myself in this line of work, and it really is an entire team. And to just the opportunity to make that connection of how you hold that in your cradle of leadership as a legislative board as well for protecting this community. So thank yous all around.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this item? Once, going twice. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Generally, we have one board member that's able to speak on this. We didn't coordinate that, but I think you had your finger on the button. Did Mike have his finger on the button?
Well,
Mike,
we both did, but he was first.
would you like to lead us off on this?
Yeah, and the reason why I was going to was when I was a kid, my mom worked at the victim witness program here in Tuolumne County. So I will see you at the luncheon on Thursday. So I want to make a motion that we approve Resolution 2025 proclaiming the week of April 6th through the 12th as Tuolumne County Victim Rights Week.
Do we have any other comment on the board before that motion? Any closing? I think we normally do one, so.
I was going to say, I just have having been on the kind of both sides of the table as a retired law enforcement officer, a lot of people don't realize that when the officer out in the field gives a card or gives a pamphlet and says, this is an opportunity, they don't realize how many people behind the scenes make that pamphlet come to life. And I chose my career because I was really good at chasing people and writing tickets. There's no way I could have done the work that staff does. So personally, to you and your staff, I thank you and keep doing what you're doing.
Great, thank you. And I will second the motion on that item as well. Okay, and all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, abstaining? All right, and it passes unanimously. Thank you. Madam District Attorney, we're going to be on to item 10. Did we already, Cole, read that one or no? We have not yet. Yes, please read item 10.
Item number 10, consideration of adopting Resolution 26-25 proclaiming April 2025 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aubriana McNamara, and I'm an advocate at the Center for a Nonviolent Community, also known as CMVC. CMVC is our local domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking crisis agency. Our agency provides 24/7 support for survivors of all genders in our county who have experienced interpersonal or sexual violence. I want to thank you for your consideration in declaring April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month. This year's national theme for Sexual Assault Awareness Month is Together We Act, United We Change. I cannot think of a better way to honor this than speaking to our community and all of you directly about the topic of sexual assault and how in our community we can unite to uplift the survivors. Globally, 1 in 3 women and 1 in every 6 men have experienced sexual violence in their lifetime. Considering these statistics, chances are all of us know someone who has been affected by sexual violence. Since March of last year, Center for a Nonviolent Community has provided 867 services to 101 survivors of sexual assault. In that 12-month period, that averages about 8 people per month and over 2 people per week who have disclosed sexual assault to our agency. And these are just the people who have reached out for help from us. That does not include the countless survivors who have not reported or reached out for supportive services. For those who did access CMVC as a resource, the services they could have received include, but are not limited to, emergency response to law enforcement or medical facilities, accompaniment during medical legal exams, accompaniment to law enforcement interviews, individual advocacy, safety planning, peer counseling, providing basics like food, clothing, transportation, and emergency shelter. I want to take a moment to thank all the partnering agencies and their dedication to supporting survivors in our community day in and day out. It takes a very special and strong individual to be willing to step into someone's life on what is most likely the worst day and hold them with dignity, respect, care, and unconditional positive regard. But that's exactly what they all do, and I'm honored to know them and to work alongside them. We cannot do this work alone. It truly takes a united community and the actions of countless dedicated individuals. The united action that we are cultivating is an example in spaces like our sexual assault response team. These partnerships are what make a community feel connected, and those relationships help people feel valued, seen, and heard, which in turn can prevent sexual assault from occurring in the future. We would like to thank all of the community members and especially business owners who participated in our Paint the Town Teal last week. Together, our staff and community partners went up and down Washington Street hanging teal ribbons to raise awareness and to help in our ongoing goal of ending sexual violence. You can find more information about future events and other ways to support our mission by following us on Facebook or Instagram at CMVC Sonora. You do not have to be an advocate to help prevent sexual assault or support someone who has been harmed. We want to invite every person in our community to raise awareness of sexual assault and prevent it from happening. One way that you can show your support is by joining us and wearing your favorite pair of jeans on Denim Day, which is April 30th. Denim Day comes from a high-profile Italian rape trial where a teen survivor was blamed for her rape based on the jeans that she was wearing. Wearing denim on this day will show solidarity and support and continue to change the narrative that survivors are ever at fault for their rapists' actions. And to all the survivors in our community, we see you, we believe you, and we're here for you. All of our services are confidential and anonymous and are available 24/7 through our crisis line, and you can also walk into our new business office location at 178 Fairview Lane. Thank you again for your consideration in declaring April 2025 Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Bring it back to the board first for any questions. I do have one question, either maybe to the sheriff or to the district attorney. I wanted to ask, because I mean, this is an issue that's it's endemic, and it's so sad that it is as pervasive as it is. Is there any ongoing litigation that is happening in this space that we need to be concerned about, that this could potentially bias?
One ongoing and pervasive issue that we have had in the sexual assault realm, particularly in the state of California, has been an extensive amount of untested DNA rape kits sitting at the Department of Justice. And credit to our current state leaders and the Attorney General, there have been extensive efforts to try and address the backlog. What we know is that in no cases in our county, but in several other counties, they have had cases where DNA kits have been sitting for years. And once they started addressing the backlog, they have been able to identify the perpetrators. And so that's always certainly something that we are attempting to address at the state level. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's one thing that comes to mind in terms of things at issue for us in this area.
I appreciate that. And I think it was, if we have any cases, if this is, I want to make sure that this isn't going to affect any ongoing sexual assault prosecution.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that question. You know, our office is very careful about how we engage the public in victim-centered crimes. A majority, I would say, of sexual assault cases that are reported to our office are not ones that we ever publicize until well after a verdict is had. And so in addressing a declaration about our community being aware of sexual violence, not only within our community, but within the United States, I don't foresee that having an impact, particularly given the fact that this board has done so every year. What I will say is that the pervasiveness of sexual violence amongst our jury veneers, so all the folks that come down to do jury service, is omnipotently present to us when we conduct a sexual assault case. We have gone to trial now, I think in the last calendar year, on, I want to say 8 adult sexual assault cases. And one of the things I was going to mention in public comment is that something that we have seen increase since the Me Too movement of 2018 is that now we have probably 50% of our jurors, male and female, reporting that they or someone close to them has been affected by adult or child sexual assault. And so the unfortunate reality is that the pervasiveness of sexual violence across all genders, all races, all socioeconomic status, ethnicities, age groups, is that it doesn't, it's terrible to say, but to have a connection to someone or to have experienced sexual violence in your own life is unfortunately not the most unique moniker that a person could have. And so, you know, as we talk about sexual violence in our community and as we talk about sexual violence across the United States and truly the globe, what we understand is that we have the power to change it and that we as a community have to make that decision.
Great. Thank you, Madam DA. Appreciate it. There's no questions, then we'll open it up for any public comment. If any members of the public would like to speak, please feel free to step up. You'll have 3 minutes. And if you're planning to speak, it does help just for mental tracking if you're willing to be able to line up there too.
My name's Kim Baker, and I'm a resident of Columbia. I did want to thank you for considering this because it's very important to talk about these issues. This sort of crime grows in the dark, and by not talking about it, it's perpetuated. I would also like to point out that on Saturday, April 12th, if you would like to support the Center for a Nonviolent Community, there will be a granny basketball tournament in Columbia Elementary School, with the 3 California teams playing, including the the California Poppies, who have chosen CNVC as their charity this year. So 100% of the gate proceeds that day will be going to CNVC because we believe and support in the work they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are super fun games to watch too.
Good morning
Sure.
again.
Morning.
Just before I get into this, to touch on Supervisor Brandon's last question, I think the only concerns that we see from the sheriff's office associated with that is the state legislation that decriminalizes and reduces penalties for certain aspects of sexual assault or reclassifies them as nonviolent. And we will always oppose that type of legislation, and that is the scope of our concern when it comes to any type of litigation. Start with gratitude. I'd like to deliver this message to your board by way of all the survivors of sexual assault. I am grateful for the strength. I'm grateful for the courage. The strength and courage to survive. When somebody calls for help, oftentimes they don't know who they're reaching out to. A uniform, a man, a woman. But they are in that time where they have experienced atrocities that are beyond most imagination. I'm grateful for that trust that they put in my office. I'm grateful that the trust that they put into all of our professional partners, most that you've heard today. There are no words that can describe what they've experienced. The wounds, both physical and emotional, no prosthesis for any of that. But let them know and have confidence that they have an entire team behind them that are willing to pursue these predators that are in our community with all of our strength, all of our efforts, and all of our resources. And I know that that principle is shared amongst the legislative board. So if we can offer anything, it is that they can feel absolution, that when they take the ownership of those experiences and they come forth and they have that trust and courage, that we will do nothing to stop making sure that those investigations are done thoroughly and taking every step of the way with them. Now, I spoke earlier a little bit about when someone shares something with you. We've been in this business long enough, and I have enough professional partners that can attest to this. When they're sharing these experiences with you, they're giving you a piece of that experience, a piece of their soul, essentially. It's important that they know that when we take these cases, and even though we don't like to admit at parties certain things and certain feelings, we give them a piece of ourselves too. And that is that trust and that dedication of pouring your heart and soul into something, serving something that's greater than any one individual. And I think that absent being able to offer any cure for this is what I can offer, is that they can take that and know that that is our vision. They are our vision, and they are not alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Going once, going twice. All right, with that, we're going to close public comment on item 10 and bring it back to the board. And I wanted to say that we are so blessed as a community to have such an articulate and empathetic and hardworking sheriff and district attorney, and our community benefit organizations and partners and our staff too, that this is a community that really cares about this issue. And I appreciate that. And this is not the issue here, but the secondary trauma of what everybody goes through in having to deal with some of the worst cases is that is a hard line of work. You are supported in Tuolumne County, and I thank you for doing it, because I can't imagine how difficult that is to have to follow these cases and these people and really get to know them over that period of time, and have to follow that to conclusion. I wanted to also say that crimes, a lot of it's based in obviously statute of, there are some crimes that are just absolutely heinous. Not just the jaywalking to something violent, but the ideas of between assault and sexual assault, that there are some that we call out that need awareness brought to it, that society and as individuals we find to be absolutely reprehensible. And this is something that is a major issue in Tuolumne County. We've talked about abuse. We've talked about this type of violence before as well. And I want to say that the consistency is mentioned by the district attorney, and our board taking these issues in aggregate of things that happen that we need to draw attention to. Even though we are not with one resolution solving this issue, we are being able to bring this up to the public and bring stats up for it and be able to say this is something that we need to know, that this is a cultural issue we all have a role to be able to work in, and our leadership is consistent in saying that this is a priority. I think that's extremely important, and I appreciate you speaking today on that and bringing this resolution forward and all the work that you do. So thank you. I'll bring it to the board for the rest of the comment. I know I took chair's prerogative on leading off that. Supervisor Campbell?
Thank you, Chair, and I agree completely, and I agree with the comments of our sheriff and our district attorney. And our deputies and our prosecutors should be applauded, and I think they are very much in our community applauded for vigorously pursuing justice against the perpetrators of these crimes. But when I think about this resolution, you know, at the end of the day, once the bad guys have been prosecuted, the evidence has been compiled, and they're locked up, that's not the end of the story for the victims of these crimes. And that's where groups like CNVC, like in the previous item, Victim Witness, you're there to help people continue on through, because being a survivor of sexual assault, having your perpetrator locked up is not the end of the struggle that you're going to go through. It takes a tremendous amount of courage. You know, I count myself as one of the fortunate people who've not been a victim of sexual assault, been a victim of other crimes, but not that one. And over the years of, you know, interacting with our sheriff, with our district attorney, with different people within law enforcement, truly understanding how endemic this crime is in our community, it's shocking. And unfortunately, there are too many people in our community that know full well how common this crime is. And so the more we talk about it, and yes, we have passed this resolution in years past, but we need to keep talking about it because there are groups out there that can help. If you are a victim of sexual assault, you're not alone. And the more we talk about it and make it easier for the victims of these crimes to seek help, the better we will all be. And hopefully as time goes on, this will become a less pervasive issue in our community. That's the goal, because none of us are not going to solve it today, unfortunately, but we're going to move the needle in the right direction. And I think CNVC, I think our DA, I think Victim Witness and Sheriff, it's all part of that process. So thank you, and we support you 100%. I think that's pretty obvious on this board. We're very much behind you.
Supervisor Kirk?
I have to speak to this one just because I got 3 daughters and a son. Few things resonated with me, Sheriff, when you said a piece of you gets taken when you're working with these victims. Absolutely true. So it's not just the victims, but the staff who, when I worked at probation, it took a very specific person to be able to work that unit. I couldn't do it. So it takes a part of your soul. I have 3 girls and a son, like I said. One of my children was almost sexually assaulted, but fortunately, since the time that they were a baby, I taught them what was what and who it belonged to and who could change their diaper and who couldn't. And that carried through into a moment where it protected them from them becoming a victim. So parents, 1 in 3, you have a role to play. If you're naive and if you don't pay attention, it will happen to your kids. So take responsibility for your kids. If it feels awkward, teach it to them. Have the hard conversation. Even you can make it work for a 2-year-old. I've done it. Last thing I want to say is our board. This came up a little bit during the hate crime conversation. Our board has made investments in the law enforcement. We haven't cut the DA's office. We haven't cut probation. And it's because our number 1 responsibility in government is to keep our society safe, and that's part of it. So I just want to remind you guys of that. And then finally, the last thing I want to say, in wake of Supervisor Brandon running for Senate, if you were to make it to that level, a man who commits a lewd and lascivious act against a child under 14 years old will get 3 years in state prison, while a guy who walks into a bank with a gun and doesn't hurt anybody will get an automatic 10-year enhancement for a gun on top of a robbery charge. So think twice about what you advocate for and who you vote for at the state level and at the Senate level, assembly. These things matter, and people who are in this room who've been victims of crimes like this or know people who have, you know what I'm talking about, because when you get that notice from the parole board that that a-hole is getting released in a few months after he did that horrible thing to you or your relative, meanwhile the guy who walked into a store with a gun is going to be rotting in prison for 20 years. We need legislative reform in our criminal justice system when it comes specifically. There's been some great reforms. You'd be surprised some of the things I agree with, even working in prison. But the sexual assault cases, these sexual cases against these victims, devastating to the victim. How many of them go off and end up committing suicide? You should read the data on it. It's despicable. So we need reform. There's been reform. We need more reform, though, when it comes to these specific sex crimes. If you were voted in as senator, I would hope that we could get some action there. So that's it. Thank you, guys.
Supervisor, and thank you. As always, I try and keep that separate from the board here, but only to say you're 100% right. Somebody has to be able to address many of these things where the intent to, I think, try to recognize somebody maybe coming back and reentering society at one point versus the other side, which is some of these are some of the worst people. And the way our system works, and fentanyl has been another one, where it's a slap on the wrist, and our local prosecutorial discretion and an arrest discretion is limited, is unfortunately shameful in the state. And maybe with a well-intentioned thing, ends up with bad people on the street. And prison exists for a reason, and those are folks that definitely need to be in prison and are not, they're not jaywalkers, they're not drunks in public, these are predators. So thank you for that opportunity. With that, I don't believe there's any other comments. I will look for a motion. This will be adopting Resolution 2625, proclaiming April 2025 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Chair, I'll move that we adopt the resolution.
All right, we have a first by Supervisor Campbell. All right. You got to do the mic. Mike, you got to do the mic.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a second from Supervisor Holland. All right, we will call the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, abstaining, better not. All right, it passes unanimously 5-0. Thank you again for your time. Thank you for presenting. We are now done with our proclamations and commendations. I wanted to, so it's 10:49 to kind of get a check. This is a group participation exercise. Can we do a hand raiser real quick? Because I always try to make sure we prioritize the items that have the most people we can in the audience. So you can be able to get out, you're not going to be past lunch. We have a few that I anticipate there are some folks here that would like to speak to. Want to see with the CDBG items, can you raise your hand if that is what you're looking to speak to or attending for? These would be our appointments, okay? We have another one, which I anticipate this is going to be the Health and Human Services Homelessness and Local Housing Projects presentation. Okay, good, and that was the kind of next one. And then we have the Sheriff's Office and Dispatch as well, which, and one particular for that. All right, there we go, good. So with that, though we are over on our 10 a.m. with the board's approval, I would like us to be able to set up and go directly into item 11. Is that fine? All right, so with that, if we can have our Health and Human Service Agency be able to get ready, we'll give them a couple minutes to set up there. And if the board clerk can read the item 11.
Item number 11, staff presentation on local housing and homeless projects.
No worries.
And
All right, we'll give a couple minutes to set up. And so, okay, let's take 5 minutes. So we'll be back at, wait, 10:56. There we go, on the money.
it is just out of control. Well, wait, the best part is he comes up on him, right? He's like, I'm out. Hey, you. Hey, what's up? Yeah. Back to stuck in the back, right? Yeah, there you go. What's that gonna be every Tuesday or just whenever? No, well, Jake had a fell off and got Cal Ocean somewhere around here. Yeah. Yes. He had family appointment in Sacramento. So. You need a hand or you good? No, I just got to repower this thing. Double imaging. So you don't fall. That's why I didn't try to use those. Right? So what's new? Just living the dream. Living the dream? Yep. Is your lady done with school or she? Yeah, she got ended up with a bachelor or a master's. Yeah, instead of a doctorate. Okay. What is it? Science and technology studies. Okay. She's gonna try to teach out to college. Nice. See if that works out, and if not, it's not exactly a big call for advanced degrees up here. So. But she could do online, couldn't she?
Check, check, check.
I'm not sure. I guess she could. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, there's tons of online opportunities. Yeah. Check it out. I'll have to think about it. Yeah, we'll have to look at that. You can work anywhere in the United States and still be here. Well, exactly. Yep. You're like half you.
I know.
I haven't seen you forever.
My shirt's helping.
Is it?
I'm about 60 pounds down.
Liz too, you guys both are looking well.
Just trying to live well into our retirement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take that.
It's interesting. I was telling this at some point. I was like, I feel more motivated to enter into a healthcare as a father than I did as a husband.
Yeah.
And I felt like I had to apologize to this for that. I'm sorry that you were less important. It's like living for you, whatever. Living for my son. Totally.
She helped us out.
No, it works. Yeah, it just works. I joined as a panelist. The audio works for me. So.
All right.
Yeah, it wasn't just this because it said mute over here. Yeah, so if they are presenting with video, you would take the video, which will show their video, their Zoom video. You'll see all the screens.
We good? All right, if we can have everybody take your seats and all the supervisors back up to the dais. I'm going to gavel. Here, here.
Nothing?
Well, you know, I'm elderly, so
All right. With that, Nicole, will you read item 11?
Item number 11, staff presentation on local housing and homeless projects.
All right, and take it away.
All right, good morning. Okay, so thank you for having us. I'm Annie Hockett, Health and Human Services Agency Director, here presenting with Tammy Mariscal, our Behavioral Health Director. We're here this morning to provide a kind of a high-level overview on the status of various housing and homeless projects within Tuolumne County. This will include discussion of projects that are currently operational, as well as a few that remain under development. Just want to kind of thank a number of people for contributing to today. We have lots of members of HHSA in the room. We have some members of our Homeless Services Committee that have been integral in this conversation, as well as a number of community partners. So appreciate everybody being here, and I may have to phone a friend depending on the level of detail that may come up during this presentation.
Great.
So in December of 2022, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors approved 9 homeless service priority projects as part of a comprehensive plan to address homelessness in Tuolumne County. These priorities aim to fill gaps and strengthen the overall community response to addressing homelessness by creating a continuum of care, which you see represented there on the screen. The concept of a housing continuum is to provide a wide range of options that provide housing supports based on specific needs of individuals. It's designed to ensure that regardless of an individual situation, there is a path towards long-term stability. The ultimate goal is to get people to move across the continuum from that left side into the far right where they are in stable housing. The specific priorities that were identified by Tuolumne County included the development of a navigation center, the development of a safe parking program, increasing transitional and permanent housing options, and ensuring services and supports were distributed throughout the county versus in concentrated areas. And I know I'm going fast, but we have a lot to get through, so please stop me if I'm going too fast. What you see here is an image that comes from the current work of the Homeless Services Committee, and it provides a more tailored version of the housing continuum that we are aiming to create. There's a subcommittee currently working to update a strategic plan to account for the progress that we have made so far in getting some of these projects operational, as well as some of the fiscal realities that we face. We have certainly seen funding resources shrink at both the state and federal level. And we anticipate these reductions will continue to be a challenge in light of the budgetary constraints across all sectors of government. The subcommittee is specifically interested in looking kind of holistically across all county programs and also the community-based programs to advocate for streamlined service delivery and system collaboration. Through this work, we are also working on creating that fiscal sustainability plan with an action framework to focus our efforts moving forward. So you will hear from the committee probably in upcoming months about how that work is progressing. Again, our goal in this is to move people from the left side, that homeless population, into the far right, where they are in permanent housing. And you can see that this is kind of the structure that we have in place right now. We have Camp Justice, which you will hear about. We have some emergency shelter options through the ACA shelter, and then some emergency hotel vouchers. We have the Navigation Center, which you will hear more about. A handful of community-based housing programs, some which are represented here today, and as well as the county supplied property that you will hear about. So now we're going to get into kind of the nuts and bolts. We're going to talk about each of the programs that you see listed up here. The top 4 are operational and working, and then the bottom 3 are still under development. Recognizing that this is a very complicated picture, we were going to go high level again, but certainly free to answer questions at the end. And we anticipate there may be a request to come back to this board at a future date with more specific details about some of these projects. So we will start with the sanctioned camping project. As mentioned, this was one of the priorities of the board. We, working closely with the Homeless Services Committee, came up with a framework to offer this program. Right now, it is approved for a 1-year pilot. We have seen quite a bit of utilization of the site. I think it has far exceeded our expectations of how many individuals would take advantage of this. To date, we have tracked approximately 122 unduplicated individuals that have stayed there at one point or another. The current population is just over 50. We have been working very closely with the Sheriff's Office. I want to thank the Sheriff for his support and managing this. It's a difficult project to manage, as you might imagine, but we have some dedicated staff out there working closely with the deputies to make sure that we keep the site safe as practically possible. What does sometimes result is the need to trespass individuals from that site for various rule violations. And to date, we have trespassed 17 individuals for various reasons. Again, this is a pilot program slated to end June 30th of this year. The Homeless Service Committee is working to bring back a separate item to this board with recommendations on how to continue that project moving forward. Next, we will talk a little bit about the Navigation Center. So the Navigation Center, sometimes also referred to as Rafferty Court, is a location located up in Soseville. The intent of this project was to create an interim housing option, so housing options limited to 6 months for individuals that meet certain eligibility criteria, essentially those that are working with Health and Human Services is one of our programs. This is a site that is staffed 24/7 by resident assistants, so there are staff members there all the time, as well as various members of Health and Human Services there throughout the day. The goal is to provide very intense case management, reduce those barriers to housing, and hopefully exit people within that 6-month window into transitional housing. We have continued to have regular stakeholder meetings with the community to talk about the progress of that program, make sure that they are informed. Those meetings continue to go very well, in my opinion. We do have both buildings operational, so we have the family side essentially at capacity, and the other building is dedicated for non-family, and so that is open. Current population to date is 21, 10 of which are children. We've had 11 individuals exit from that program. 10 have exited to permanency. 1 chose to self-exit and did not complete the program. And we do have operational funds to continue the Navigation Center for several years at this point in time, and are exploring additional fiscal supports to keep that running well. Next, we have transitional housing via some RVs. So this is a little interesting. Essentially, we had someone reach out and said, hey, we have a couple of FEMA trailers that we're looking to not use and get rid of. And in true creative style, we said, well, maybe we can use those. And so we worked really hard to refurbish those and provide additional housing options in the community. We essentially share those between the Department of Social Service and Behavioral Health, and those are all up and running as well. Not sure how long those will stay. RVs are not intended to be lived in for long periods of time, but it was certainly kind of a unique opportunity that we had to work with at the time. And I don't know if I mentioned this, but we have a total of 7 trailers through that project. Next, we have Parrots Ferry, and I'm going to stop speed talking and let Tammy talk for a bit about this one.
All right. Thank you, Annie. So Parrots Ferry. Parrots Ferry came to us through a Department of Healthcare Services initiative and grant, Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Fund. It was an initiative through the state of California, Governor Newsom's investment into creating housing, affordable housing for individuals, specifically those in need of behavioral health services. The board voted in 2024 February to give permission for behavioral health to intent to purchase the Parrots Ferry property. April 24 voted to purchase. 1 year out, we are open, at full capacity and operating. We have Behavioral Health Services Act funding, the housing category funding, that is our sustainability plan, along with other different funding sources as they might pertain to different tenants' eligibility in the future. We have, let me flip this here. As far as that property goes, we have a total of 11 tenants currently served. We have 9 tenants at this time. 2 have exited the program into permanent housing. I have a full staff dedicated to all behavioral health housing. That includes Parrots Ferry, where we have a housing manager and 2 case managers dedicated to the housing programs, where they visit the houses at least once a day for our supportive housing and twice at the Parrots Ferry property. And we also have successfully added our treatment components. So now we have several groups and case management that happens on site.
Thank you, Tammy. Okay, so now we'll transition to the bottom part of the slide. And again, these are properties that are in various stages of completion. Both Snell and Highway 108 were purchased under the Encampment Resolution Grant, or the ERF grant. And essentially this was, it funded a few other projects, which I'm happy to talk about, but these 2 specifically related to the intent to increase transitional and supportive housing in the community. So Snell Street, that is a property that has 2 homes on it, a total of 6 bedrooms. Operationally, we are working closely with Tammy's team and DSS to figure out what makes the most sense in terms of who would occupy that space. Again, it was intended to be specific for transitional housing. That project is very close to completion. We do have a board item almost ready to go if we receive direction today to continue on the path to develop this property. And that would come back to your board for approval, hopefully in the next few weeks. But that is just about wrapped up. Highway 108 definitely needs a little bit more work. We are working closely with the architects to figure out what the timeline, the budget will be for that one. This has also been one, and also Snell, that we've tried to kind of broaden this discussion with other community-based organizations of how to best partnership, recognizing that this creates a fair amount of beds that would be infused into the community, and would it make sense to really make sure that we're partnering well across the community for being able to use those spaces. So I'm happy to talk more in detail about those, or I can continue and then answer more specific questions about that. I know there are some questions about the ERF grant that I'm happy to dig into. But I'll continue on for now. We do have the last project, which is Columbia Way. That was a project that was intended to be focused for veterans housing, veteran supportive housing. That was purchased through opioid funding. And so while we have some really strict deadlines, we're working with the ERF grant. We have a little bit more flexibility with the Columbia Way property. And we are kind of in the discussions of how to best utilize that site. Does the statistics that we looked at when procuring that property still makes sense in terms of program delivery? And so we will have quite a bit more conversation on that property. But again, that one, we have a little bit of breathing room because the time isn't ticking quite as fast with the ERF grant. Okay, I know I went through that really fast, but I anticipate some questions. As I mentioned kind of earlier, the fiscal landscape is changing regarding the housing and homeless funding. At the time many of these projects were purchased, the funding was really flowing in. We have certainly seen that change. And while we've seen that change and that pressure kind of amp up, we've also felt kind of more pressure from the state to really make sure that we are investing in some of these local solutions around homelessness. We've had, comments from the governor's office specifically that if jurisdictions fail to kind of act as they feel that we should be acting, we could be looking at funds withheld in the future. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that is just a veiled threat to encourage participation, but I felt it was worth noting in this presentation. So we are being mindful of what kind of long-term consequences there could be if we're not successful in this. We've also seen certainly lots of shifts in funding specific to behavioral health, and I'm going to not even try to explain that. I'm going to pass the mic back over to Tammy to talk about kind of what she's predicting as best as she can, what's coming down the pipe for that department in particular.
So behavioral health funding specifically for housing, there has been quite a shift. Traditionally, as you all know, behavioral health organizations, our sole mission is to provide behavioral health treatment services, interventions. As our unhoused population actually nationally has grown, it was recognized that those with mental illness perhaps are amongst the unsheltered, but definitely being unsheltered also creates an instability of one's wellness, for lack of better word. So that shift really changed the climate of how our Mental Health Services Act funding was identified. Back in 2005, it was identified to enhance mental health services. With the passage of Proposition 1, not only did it change the name to Behavioral Health Services Act, but it also changed the way that funding was going to be allowed to be used by the counties. So it shifted from being fully about treatment interventions, outreach and engagement, prevention, assertive case management. It moved into 3 categories. So prevention sunsetted, a little bit of a hit. We took a hit in the full service partnership funding, which also had a percentage of housing funds available in that component. But the biggest change is that a housing funding came to be, which it never existed prior to Prop 1. What that means is that provided us the sustainability funds necessary for our current behavioral health supportive housing, and also to be able to invest in other community properties or housing initiatives, if you will, up to a percentage, and it's kind of escaping me now. I'm not going to try to remember in case I'm wrong. That's probably a bad thing. Definitely under 25%. 25% of our 33% of housing funds that would be allowed to be used for capital projects. So we're still learning a lot about Behavioral Health Services Act funds. Definitely the state is still actively engaged in providing us guidance on how we can use the funds and not. We have 1 year of planning ahead of us. Part of that housing funding, which is again 33% of our Behavioral Health Services Act funds, is subject to the community planning process. That's nothing new. The community planning process has always been required to be facilitated through our department so the community has a voice in how these Mental Health Services Act funds are used. So we do have an opportunity to visit that 33% of that Behavioral Health Services Act funds to further invest in properties like that we are discussing today. So with that, I'll give it back to Annie.
Thank you. So that is kind of, again, a high level, quick, down and dirty overview of where we're at. We fully anticipate that there may be a number of questions and a number of next steps that this board wants us to kind of continue to look into, bring back for further discussion. But we're happy to answer anything we can today and provide any clarification that the board is looking for.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. I appreciate it. And we've had a lot of discussions over the last 4 years on a lot of these, and it's good to see it all together and being able to have questions. So we'll bring it back to the board for questions first, and we'll do public comment and bring it back to the board for discussion, if that's fine with everybody. All right, I see finger on the button, Supervisor Griefer.
Thank you. So you got thrown into the middle of this, huh? You can, either one. Yeah, you can both shake your head. Yes, we understand, right? So the reason why I say that is because I want people to understand that a lot of the questions I'm going to direct are going to be to you or the department, which you may not be able to answer because the people that were in charge of this are no longer with the county. So with that being said, if you don't know, you don't know. I'm good with that. We can go from there. So I guess my question is, so a little history. 5 or 6 weeks ago, I received a phone call from a staff member saying, hey, board, you're, Mr. Director, you're, making a bunch of bad mistakes. You're not going to be able to hit your targets. You're going to lose all this money. So that's kind of what got this ball rolling for me. And so then I continued to start digging. And then 3 weeks ago, the same staff member came up before the board and said, oh, don't worry, it's going to be okay. You're going to hit your mark, no problem. Well, now I have a red flag because I've been told one thing and now I have another thing. So my concern here, and what really got me to this point is, I want to make sure that if we continue to move forward on any of these projects, that we hit our targets, that we don't expose the county to unnecessary liability, and that we don't have to give any of the money back. Now, I've been told by multiple sources that, hey, if we have to give the money back, it could be a little of A, it could be a little B. Let's just say hypothetically Snell Street goes live, we don't have to give that money back. But if we have to give back, if we can't get 108 open by June of next year, then we're gonna have to give that money back. I'm getting there. Stand by. Just laying a foundation, as they'll say. So my question is why did we pay $1.8 million for the Highway 108 property?
I don't think I can speak to that. I can share with you more about the IRF grant specifically, because I think that's what you're asking about. So the IRF grant, was a total of about $6.2 million that was awarded to the county. That was divided up amongst a number of projects. It was intended to support the sanctioned camping program, some emergency housing vouchers. The majority of that money, though, was specifically to purchase transitional and permanent housing. And so what that related to in terms of actionable items was the purchase of Snell, 108, which has the intention was to have both transitional and permanent supportive housing on that same property. I'm gonna have to do math. We had okay.
I'll help you out here. So we purchased that property for $1.8 million out of the $3.2 million that we had. That leaves us approximately $1.765 million left over. How much is the current estimate to bring 108 up to par?
The current estimate is just under 1.9 million.
So we're already 200,000 under, right? I mean, just going off of those numbers alone.
Well, my understanding was that part of the plan to make sure that this project came to fruition was to include some additional grant funding, specifically CDBG, to support the completion costs, as well as HAP Round 5, which is approximately $400,000 that would come to the county. So my understanding in talking to past staff, reviewing the documentation that I could, was that with those two additional supports, it was looking to come in right at that number. The original estimate for the completion of 108, from my understanding, was $2 million. So that estimate that we have at this moment in time is right about there.
And again, not to put you on the spot, because I know the answer is going to be, I don't know. So there's nothing that I have found in any document, the county did not get an appraisal for that property?
I don't know that
That's,
answer.
that was a statement. There is no appraisal for Highway 108. So my concern is that moving forward, well, first of all, my concern is, why did we pay $1.8 million for a property that we should never have paid $1.8 million for? Second of all, now that we know that we're going to potentially be short, and you said future fund grant funds, so, but those aren't guaranteed, right? So my whole issue, and I'll get on my soapbox after questions in a second here, is that we have to be good stewards of the state money, the grant money that comes into us. And if we can't get 108 operational by June of next year, do we have to give that money back?
So I don't know. I do not know yet. We have been working very diligently to get an answer from the state on that. Both Roger and myself have been actively trying to set something up to ask those very questions. What sort of flexibilities is there? We have a confirmed meeting with them tomorrow to answer those questions. So unfortunately, I was really hoping that I was here today with those. But I think there is potential risk if the projects are not completed, and that's the clarity we really need to see from the state.
And it's a law of unintended consequences, right? So if we have to give that money back, potentially we could get punished from the state later down the road for other grants. We get a big black mark beside Tuolumne County name, and we get, dinged for it, right?
My understanding is that there are a potential number of consequences, including potential impacts to our partners that have maybe worked with us on some of these grants, that could impact them, as well as the methodology and future funding that could be at risk, as well as my understanding, again, I have not spoken to them, but in terms of reading through what I can, that we would not be able to apply for future grants as well.
Okay. Is the safe parking also known as Camp Justice?
Correct.
Okay. And currently, have we outgrown the Camp Justice footprint?
Yes, we have.
Of what was originally dedicated to that land?
Yes.
Or to that process, okay. And currently, my understanding is the total that we allocated to that was $125,000?
$125,000, and then we received an additional approximately $20,000 grant for the water.
So we have about $40,000 left over for that?
Correct.
Okay. So we still have some money in that, but that is to maintain what we got and maybe go into the next budget cycle-ish?
That and our homeless service committee, that is a project that they are working very hard to bring back again to the board for a recommendation. I think the feedback that we have heard throughout this pilot is that while we've certainly had some challenges, overall there is much value in that site and a desire to continue. We just have to figure out how to do that, what it's going to look like, and how we're going to pay for it.
Okay. And to be fair, I was there yesterday. I did a tour of the property. And there's a lot of great people out there that are looking for assistance. And as I explained to some of them, we need to have a kind of come to Jesus meeting and say, hey, how can we help you? Help us, help you kind of thing. So I look forward to that conversation. The Snell building, you said that's almost operational, ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. And then the Columbia, is that now that comes from a different fund, right? Columbia?
Correct.
Okay. And what are the deadlines on that one?
We don't have hard deadlines on that. I mean, I think we don't want to let that sit too long. I think the biggest conversation piece that needs to happen around that centers around opioid funding. We do have a number of our criminal justice partners that are exploring that, have talked to HHSA about maybe moving some projects forward. So we're trying to really leverage that piece. If you give me a deadline you want to have some answers by, we can do that. But it really has been kind of the last in the staggered approach to getting some of these properties online. It's been the last one to focus on.
Right, I'll get to that one in a second.
Okay.
So you said we don't want to sit on properties for a long time, obviously, because the longer it sits vacant, the higher the cost of, repairs, et cetera, et cetera. So any idea why we purchased the property in 2023, but did nothing until 2025?
Which property?
The 108 property. And when I say we did nothing, that's a very vague. I understand there was architects. I understand that there was this, but all the documentation I have is that we purchased that in 2020, at the end of 2020, December of 2023, and I have a letter here from January 20, saying these are the repairs. What do we need to do? And then now here it is, April of 2025, and we just got the work notice of saying how much money is going to go in there. And again, I don't expect you to be able to answer that question.
Well, I can attempt. I think your dates in terms of the timeline are correct. The grant itself was accepted in September 23. Board voted to purchase the property December. March 2024 was when the contract for the architectural design came before the board. They had a total of 4 projects within that initial contract. And in working with them in recent weeks, I can read, I asked that question, and I'll read the first sentence, and I don't know if it'll provide enough clarity, but it's what I have. Quote, as we began the projects with the previous county team, we were directed to focus on the projects in a particular order, with Snell Street and the ambulance project set as the first priorities. We worked out staggered start dates for Highway 108 and then Columbia Way. The Highway 108 start date was driven by ambulance project progress and Columbia Way by 108 progress. So my interpretation of that is that they had the 4 projects and they kind of ordered them in terms of urgency and other things that I'm probably not aware of.
Okay. Do we have the plans for the Highway 108, the architectural plans?
Yes.
So that's set, done, ready to go?
Uh,
Cut the ribbon, make it happen, Captain?
Well, there's so many dates and figures in my brain. I apologize.
The only reason I ask is that there was some conversation, or I had some conversations about potentially altering that current plan of going from each room having its own little dinette, et cetera, to making the motel or the house on that property kind of a common food, cooking area. So I just didn't know if the ship's already left on that one, then I'll let that one go. So I just didn't know where we were in the architectural plans.
I don't believe so. My understanding, and capital projects is a new space for us to be in. My understanding is that now that we have the anticipated cost of the project, the county would be looking through that, and does this make sense? Would we reduce anything? And then that would be then submitted for permits. And the estimate from what I have received from the architects is that is slated to occur mid-May.
Okay. And lastly, if we were to walk away from the Highway 108 project, there's 1.7 some odd million left over. Could we take that 1.7 million that's left over and put it into other services, hypothetically expand Camp Justice, find something that, use it for another project that fits those, right? So that way I can honestly say that, hey, we didn't lose it, we just moved it. And then, yes, we're going to have to either unload 108 for a loss or however that's going to be. But at least I'm not spending extra money on a project that I know is not going to come to fruition only to have to give that money back.
Those are the type of clarifying questions we anticipate needing to get from the state tomorrow.
Okay. Remember when I said I'd come back to that last one? So I would fully recommend that this board pick a special date and time and have a special meeting dedicated solely to these projects and potential projects. But I will leave that up to the chair's discretion.
And we can give, I think, general sort of direction. I'm looking over at Sarah, but technically this is just a staff presentation as it's in the agenda item, so.
No, right, and I appreciate that. But to her point is that if this is such a complex question, and I think there's a lot of people wanting to know, how did we get to these numbers? How come we're so far behind? Is there any improprieties? Is there anything that was done incorrectly? I hear. Then that way we could set a special meeting so we're not squeezing that into a full meeting and we could meet just one small meeting.
But I'm being questions czar, which is we gotta go through all the questions and then I want to get into the discussion. So Supervisor Holland, and thank you.
I just have 2 questions. Keep it easy. What is our monthly or yearly cost to operate Camp Justice currently or projected going forward? Do we know?
That's a great question. I think the challenge to be able to come up with a number quickly off the top of my head is that we know what we've spent so far, but we had to invest a fair amount at the initial onset of that program. Specifically, that area was already occupied by a number of unhoused individuals, and so we had to come in and do a lot of cleanup and garbage removal.
So, I mean, like-
But I can tell you, sorry to cut you off. I can tell you that when looking at that question, what I was able to look at specifically was water and porta potties, because those are kind of the known ongoing costs. Right now, we're averaging water costs of just over $460 a month, and the porta potty costs are about $1,700 a month. So we can anticipate those known costs. I think what we can anticipate is that if we have significant damage to a porta potty, that would potentially be a cost we would have to deal with.
So if we said $2,500 a month to continue operation as is, because I believe the trash is being picked up through our allotment now and some other
Correct.
stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, and we serve technically roughly how many
Well,
people out
count as of last week was just over 50.
there currently out there?
Yes.
So for $2,500 a month. Okay, and then my other question is opioid money, which I'm gonna get that name wrong every time. What all can that be used for? What can't it be used for? You hear various departments all staking claims, so.
Sure. So we are planning on bringing that as a separate discussion item to this board, because that is another very complex matter. I can tell you that there's essentially funding categories that projects have to fit into, and essentially they need to focus on treatment, remediation activities, and treatment. Housing is part of that. And so what we have been trying to do, and we've had some very preliminary discussions with, again, some of our law enforcement partners, or can we potentially tap into some of those funds for some of the projects they want to do to address specifically opioid use in the community. So I think there is flexibility. We have found just from a department experience that the state has been very specific and has kicked back a couple projects that we have felt would meet that threshold. So we have been getting ongoing technical assistance from the state to make sure that we can utilize those funds and they can't come back and say, you used them in the wrong way, we want them back. So that really is a high level answer, but we plan on bringing that back with a recommendation of updating the current approved projects. Right now the board has a list of maybe 5 that have been approved for us to pursue. And then now that we have a little bit of time under our belt, we want to come back and say, actually, these things we ended up not needing it for, but now these new needs have arisen.
Okay. Actually, I do have one more question, sorry. And thank you for all the information you sent me. It was super helpful reading through it. On the Columbia Way one, I know we bought it for $250,000 approximately. We've spent $216,000 just on a set of plans, which is almost what we bought the property for. What is the cost then to do whatever we just spent $216,000 on plans for?
Well, and the 216, that is actually the total amount that was budgeted for the architectural group. They have not pulled that down because they've not done much work on that. So I can get that actual number. That is one, as I mentioned, we need a lot more discussion on. At the time that that was brought forward for a project, there was lots of discussion about how to partner with the VA and our local veteran services, and there's some specific vouchers that would be potentially part of that. But we need some more time to figure that out.
Yeah, because I look at some of these and like I put my developer hat on and I look at our price points, and we have a house we bought for $500,000 or $600,000 and spent another $500,000 to remodel it for a 1,400 square foot house. And I'm like, this is $1 million 1,400 square foot house. Like, what are we doing here? And then we buy other properties that are $84 a square foot. So so that's what I'm trying to figure out, like, what our costs are going to be, because from Steve's point, a stewardship of money, we're all over the place of what's going on. I know you didn't have anything to do with purchasing these things, so it's something I think as a board we got to think about what we're doing in the future, because it's kind of crazy. So that's all I got. Wherever our chairs disappeared to.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments. Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, I'll save my comments for later, but just a few questions. Is the dashboard up to date? Are we still staying on top of that?
It's up to date and through end of February, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this, temporary housing provided and then program dismissal. Do we have a permanent, do we think of temporary and permanent as the same for housing? Like once they get housed?
Are you referring to the dashboard
Yeah,
data?
the dashboard, right now it says 211 are temporary housing provided.
Temporary, it says?
Yeah, I just wasn't
And
sure.
it doesn't say permanent housing?
I don't
have it up
see-
in front of me, I'm sorry.
No, it doesn't. Maybe we could just get some clarification maybe during comments section, but yeah, I'm just trying to get clarification on that. And the reason why is because, you know, when our board was going down the path of purchasing all these things, I was really big on get the dashboard so I have the data so I know how many people to house, because our board at the time was like potentially going to look at a ton of stuff. We narrowed it down to a few things. And for me, I just want to know, is X amount of housing appropriate for X amount of people getting housed permanently? So that's why the dashboard is so important to me. So if you could get some clarity on that one. And then, Sheriff, I just had a real quick question. On the sanctioned camping, you know, part of the reason why we did that, and I know it's a pilot program, but part of the reason why we did that, remind me if it was case law, because I know some case law has changed, but it was, if we're going to remove people and tell them, you need to go, get off this spot, you got to have somewhere to place them. So the sanctioned camping was somewhere to place them. Are you seeing, my question to you is, are you seeing accountability as far as, because I'm looking at the numbers, it looks like on the dashboard, we're getting more. When we started this in 2023, we had like, I think, let me go back. We had 866 and now we have 939. That could be from some sort of, what's the name of the count? The pivot?
Well, that specific number is self-reported.
Self-reported. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess my question to you is, are you seeing that population decrease as we're applying accountability? Like, hey, get services, here's services, go get them. Otherwise, you got to come to this thing and then you got to get moved off every, once or twice a week. Or are you seeing that increase? Could you just give me an update real quick on that?
Of course. Thank you for the question. So to answer your question shortly, we are seeing a large impact in the greater part of the community, and that impact is that the deputy sheriffs that are assigned to addressing homelessness have managed to remove those individuals from that area, and there has been utility for having the sanctioned area, and that is the biggest impact I think we see is for quality of life amongst the entire community. So the short answer to your question right there is yes. Accountability efforts, I think that we could always aim to be better. I think I've heard you say good is the enemy of great, and I think that at the next week's, or is it the homelessness committee meeting, I have staff that's presenting with statistics and some recommendations to maybe tighten up a few things that are taking place on the sanctioned camp. I think as a whole we are seeing a difference, and it is absolutely serving a purpose to address a lot of the community's concerns. One thing that I'd like to just add on that real quick, because if I'm getting the questions, and certainly board members are getting the same questions, and that is the cost of the deputy sheriffs that are assigned to addressing homelessness. And I want to remind the public and everyone that we capitalized on a very unique strategy in the process of expanding court security services, and where we're paying for that with funds that are specific, they're restricted, and it's special department revenue from the courts, and in combination with community corrections partnership funds. So therefore we are not having to utilize general fund dollars. And we were able to do that in partnership with the board when you increased staffing in the sheriff's office by 2 to fulfill that duty. And that was specific to be paid for with that court money and the CCP money to address these issues. So I've been asked that question several times as to why are we pulling deputies off the streets to address this? We're not. It's due to the increase of deputies that this board approved and also the special funding. But to answer your question, yes, we are seeing areas where it has been very, very useful to have that one area. And originally, the reason why we had that pilot program was because we were waiting on a Supreme Court decision regarding whether or not we were obligated to provide a designated.
Right, and if you could help me, and then I'll be done with my question. To clarify, though, I could see how the sanctioned camping area could be expanding as we're cleaning up communities and bringing more people in. But are you seeing any turnaround where maybe those return folks are no longer returning because they're getting services, or they're moving on to a different location in California because they know that if they're discovered in an unsanctioned camping facility or spot, they're going to be placed at this spot, and they're going to either have to get services or they're going to be moved off once or twice a week. So I guess my question is, are you seeing a reduction in the homeless population at that camping site, or are you seeing an increase? And would that increase be because of enforcement or just because of people showing up?
I will speculate this, is I think anytime you have provisions of accountability, it makes the area less attractive for certain folks. But I think that the population is pretty fluid. I would have to speculate as to why or why not somebody would choose to go to that area, but I will say this. All of the other campgrounds or unauthorized camps that we've seen throughout the community, they are not repopulating, and when they are, they're subject to trespass provisions. And that is not unique to just those areas. It's also specific to the sanctioned camp area as well. If people are expanding out, which we have experienced that, the deputy sheriffs are addressing those issues in conjunction and partnership with Health and Human Services. With the existing ordinances and trespass provisions as well. There have been times where we've seen people kind of slip outside the boundaries or the footprint of what we originally guaranteed we would keep the people in, but we are actively addressing those issues to make sure that we keep it consolidated, and that will be one of the proposals at the next homelessness committee meeting. We're offering input and advice as to how we can maybe increase a little bit of accountability to keep it from getting to that.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Supervisor Kirk, I can share, I think I didn't mention this, we have been tracking those that have exited the camp into reported stable housing. We've had 23 since the pilot started, so we're pretty
So
happy.
kind of back to my first point, would the 23 fall under temporary housing or permanent?
That would be, if they report they found permanent housing, that would be permanent housing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So could you look into a dashboard and see if there is a permanent housing spot on here? I thought there was. I'm not seeing it just on the front page of the dashboard, but I think that would be really important.
And we are looking at ways to kind of update that dashboard in light of some of the progress that we've had. And I have had a question, can a community member look at that and really kind of get a clear answer on some of this stuff? And I think based on the questions that you have, probably not, right? So we need to look at how to make that a little bit more clear, I think.
Okay.
All right, Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Annie and Tammy, for working on this. It takes a lot of diligent work. A lot of the questions have been focused on the hotel. And I appreciate the questions of my colleagues. I had a lot of the same questions. Could you tell me how many rooms are in the hotel in 108? Is it 18 or I thought it was more than that?
Let's see. So, the home itself is a 5-bedroom home, 18 motel rooms. The estimated capacity was about 50 people when the property was purchased.
Okay, 50 people, and then 22 rooms total?
24 is what I
24.
count with using my fingers.
All right. What's this? Oh, okay. So the other, kind of going off of to something Supervisor Kirk kind of mentioned is matching the need of housing for people that would qualify for a facility like what was planned for this with the actual facility itself. And looking at like the Snell Street property where it's more of what you would call dispersed housing, smaller units. This is a very big project. Does it still make sense to have one centralized housing unit for people that are in transitional housing or that are coming out of homelessness? Or is it possible to kind of pivot that into more of the distributive housing model? Or is it too late? Have we already put our eggs into that basket and that's it's either this or nothing?
Well, I think in an attempt to answer that very question, some of the work of the committee is to really break down, cost per bed. What are these costs operationally per site to kind of keep these going in the future? And I don't have that answer at this point, but those are the kind of questions that we are looking at.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is if we found a better option, or if there was a better option out there, could we, sell that property, use it for a different purpose, or within the, because we're working within the confines of the grant and the monies that we received for this purpose. What are the options that grant allows us with this property? I mean, obviously the original idea was to buy it, upgrade it, and then get people in there. The costs, I think, are much more than anybody expected, and where, because if you think 1.8 for the purchase of the property, 1.9 for rehabilitation. That's, close to 3 million or close to $4 million total. Is this the best way to spend that kind of money, or are there other things that we can do since we've gone down this road to do better by the people that need this type of housing?
Yeah, I think we will not know the answer to that until we can talk to the state about the grant. I will say that I think part of the thought at the time was in terms of staffing. If the requirement for these projects have on-site staffing 24/7, similar to the Navigation Center, and we have 5 locations to go to versus 1, I think that was at least part of the discussion. But that was then, and this is now, and so
and that's a difference of opinion I have with is that you can look at the ease and the cost. It is lower cost and easier to staff these facilities, but are the outcomes better? And I guess I'm getting into a non-questionary, but I would argue that they're not. So that's the reason for this line of questioning on that. So I appreciate that. So more clarity on that would be phenomenal. And then the other question I wanted to ask was about the Camp Justice site, the sanctioned campground for the camp. Sounds like the day-to-day monthly costs are pretty low after that initial investment. There is this issue with kind of the expansion outside the boundary. Seems to me, having been out there a number of times, that it's mostly related to the RV campers. And the way it was originally envisioned was people that are camping in watersheds that have truly no other option. I don't know that RV camping qualifies for that. What's being done about that? What are the guidelines that relate to RV camping versus somebody that's sleeping in their car or tent camping?
Yeah, it's certainly a challenge to manage because, if somebody pulls in at 11 o'clock at night, there's nobody there to say there's no vacancy, So I think the sheriff alluded to it. Those are the kind of conversations that are happening very actively at the Homeless Services Committee with some specific recommendations coming forward this week. I think there has certainly been dialogue about would it make sense to have camping and RVs separate in some way and have those programs differentiated. And so those are the type of things that we are discussing and wanting to kind of bring back once we have some strong recommendations for the board to consider via the Homeless Service Committee.
Okay, so I'm hearing that we don't have any guidelines on differentiating that right now, but you're working on it.
Correct.
Through the Homeless Committee. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we are out there a lot. We are, trying to manage as best we can. But like I said, the utilization of that site has been quite a bit more than we thought. And then the original footprint included 9 RV sites, and we have far more RVs out there than 9.
Okay, thank you.
And thanks again, colleagues. Same thing. Most of my questions have been answered. One of the things I wanted to ask too, and this is for the time period, but way back machine 2021, as I kind of remember that first big learning period where we're talking about it, housing seemed to be identified as kind of the key issue with the programs and services. And I wanted to ask if you'd agree with that, because at that point, none of these projects had been started. We had programs, we had services. Was that identified? And I wouldn't be able to recommend like what document, but was that identified as kind of the key weakness?
That was certainly identified as a gap. In looking at any sort of community feedback that we had going back a few years, that was, I think, a clear thread through everything I've seen. And, quite honestly, at the time, the funding was very robust. And so I think we've seen that obviously change. And then what we've seen, I think, specifically is the funding to operationalize and staff some of these programs. That is harder and harder to come by, but there's still funding out there if you want to build. And so adjusting to kind of that shifting landscape has been certainly a challenge.
Yeah, and this was, depending on how we calculate it with all the different funds and IRF and Prop 1 and opioids and all that, maybe $20 million. Depending on how it's all calculated, Has there been any substantial local costs? And I don't mean like an innocuous general fund employee putting a little bit of time into, an hour or two. Any substantial local costs in terms of local match for these grants out of the general fund allocations, or being run by, I guess, general fund funded employees? And I'm not asking for a specific, because I know we've talked like how much in terms of the flexible discretionary revenue has really gone in general to any of these projects.
I can attempt to answer that. I think that should probably come from the auditor's office versus me or CEO's office. From the HHSA perspective, the majority of all of this has come through grant funding. And so that I think was very clear from my understanding at the onset of all this, that if any of these projects were to move forward, they could not impact the general fund. And I think from everything I've seen, that has been held tight and adhered to from, again, my seat.
Okay. And I appreciate Supervisor Holland's mention too of obviously staff change in this. I wanted to ask, how has that been? Because HHSA taking over capital projects, that's somewhat of a new step. We have had staffing change on that. That to me is kind of the maybe biggest threat to this is not the grants and the process, but kind of switching horses midstream. How's it been, and what's been the challenges with that? And what do you need, I guess, maybe in that discussion? Because this is a lot.
Well, that's a great question. It's been challenging. Historically, HHSA has stepped in for the operational side of these programs. Basically, once the construction is done and keys are handed over, we have stepped in. Granted, we have been working alongside other partners the whole time, trying to kind of stay informed and contribute where we can. When we saw that there was going to be shifts to some of the staff that had been working on these projects, we did want to be good partners, and so we reached out to Roger and said, if we can help in any way, we're here. Probably some of my staff thought that was a terrible idea for me to offer. But
I appreciate it.
But we want to be successful. We want to be helpful. Have I learned a lot about capital projects? Yeah. Do I have a huge learning curve if this is to continue to be looked at for our agency to kind of manage? Yeah. So I don't really know what I needed or our team needs at this point, but I think I just want the board to know that we are here to help in whatever way we can. The information that I've been trying to provide is the best attempt I could make sense of the history.
I think you're doing a good job. Maybe also something to bring back too is how do we handle this on the side? But I wanted to ask too, so is it common, have we gotten extensions on grants in the past? Is that something that is very rare? Is that something that's relatively common for like a 6-month exemption?
I think it depends on the grant. I mean, from everybody I've talked to, ERF is pretty strict. It has some of the stricter compliance that compared to other state grants. I think there is, from my reading of the contract, there is some flexibility. How much flexibility and what could we do with that flexibility remains to be seen. Those are the type of conversations that we need to have. But I think there's got to be something that we can do. And I feel like we need those answers so that we can all kind of make the best recommendation going forward.
And are there, at least this was kind of with my understanding of it too, that not every single thing may be the full cost of everything, that there's often multiple components. Are there levels of kind of redundant funding? And this goes to the question if the main bulk of one of these, say, 1-year grants or even I know PLHA has its own funding mechanism, but say HAP just goes away, no more resolution fund grants. We really only get the ones that are kind of structurally in the law set up. Do we have redundancies within, say, reserves, other HHSA funds to be able to, will we be in a position where there is nothing that we can kind of go down to, even if it's an undesirable option?
I think we don't know yet. I think when I stepped into this role, we had, 7 or 8 grant streams coming in to support this work. And I think we're down to maybe 2 or 3 consistently. So we don't really know what the future specifically for HHSA funding holds. I think the HAP funding has been pretty consistent, and we're hopeful that continues. What we're forecasting through the state is that ERF will also continue. That's certainly a priority of the governor's office to really focus on the encampment work. And so that's why we want to make sure that if we want to ever apply again, that we're not going to put ourselves in a position where we're going to be ineligible. So I don't know if I answered your question, but
There's multiple things, but we're not sure yet, so.
yeah, I can assure you we're exploring everything.
Okay. And I only had one last one, which is specifically about Snell. I brought this up when we first had the discussion, but is Snell able to be designated to any particular population?
We could do that, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all my questions. If we don't have any other follow-ups there, I'd like to move to public comment, but Supervisor Holland?
I got one more because this building is just driving me crazy looking at these things. Why do we spend so much on these houses and then why are they not ready to go? Like for the amount that we paid for some of these things, how are these not like move-in ready? Like my mind is blown by this. Being a builder, I'm like, we spent how much? And we're spending hundreds of thousands more to do what to them? Like, I guess that's what I'm missing is how they not, somebody was living in them, we bought them, and now we said they're no good. And we have, and I know this is not you, I'm just having a hard time wrapping my mind around this.
Yeah, I'm not even going to attempt to explain that. I think my understanding is that, the properties then get walked through. We have building department that's part of that. They make recommendations. I might be getting all this backwards. I don't know. But what I can tell you for Snell, like the remaining pieces, we need a roof. There's some patio work, I think, that needs to be done, some drainage. And that might be it.
Supervisor, if I can direct maybe Tammy, because we've gone through this a lot with the Paris Ferry property, which was about as aggressively fast as it kind of has gone.
Yeah, thank you for that. You're reading my mind. So Parrots Ferry, we pictured the property pretty much move-in ready. As move-in ready as Tuolumne County properties go. A lot of character, some cracks here and there, little vintage, but we like it. It's campy. However, we had to also respect the public. And through the public comment period and the group that came together to inform us about the Parrots property, there was some requests that they had for us. One of which was putting in a 6-foot fence surrounding the entire property. That's something that we did not anticipate at the time of purchase to have to do. It was already fenced in. The feedback, again, we received that they wanted more fencing in the back of the property. It really had to do with safety of the neighbors, the way they perceived our property being right adjacent to them. So we complied. We did have a new roof that we didn't anticipate. It was one of the smallest roofs, but we had that built into the budget. We also had to put in security cameras. That was something that the neighbors wanted, nothing that my team would have recommended. It was quite expensive. Prevailing wage, dare I say. So there was at least 2 massively expensive endeavors that behavioral health had to face in trying to stand up this property for individuals. We had the funding, but we did have to use some of our Mental Health Services Act to cover that. And so it was just unanticipated, but it was one of those things that when we are trying to create a public system, also responding to the public and what they wanted for their own personal properties, safety, how they felt about the neighborhoodship. And luckily we were able to respond. So that definitely, I don't have the number in my mind, but it certainly raised it well above what I would have expected to have put into that property as far as the vision of going live.
Well, and I can understand a fence or cameras, but then I hear stories we're putting on a deck on a house for $200,000. It just blows my mind. We would buy a house or a property, whatever it is, and then like, oh, nobody bothered to check. By the way, we're going to drop $250,000 on a deck.
Are you speaking about the Cabrini deck?
I don't know which property it is.
Okay.
I hear we've got so many projects. I just hear these numbers.
Yeah.
I'm like,
So
first of all, I want to know how I get those contracts because I'm like, wow,
Yeah, so
amazing. And how are we spending so much? And we had all this money. How are we not buying? Again, I know you guys had nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
How we did not, from a county, why did we not? Hopefully, we're going to learn some lessons that we're going to purchase. What move-in ready means maybe a fence, maybe some cameras. That's one thing. I understand that. But we don't need $200,000 set of plans to put in a fence or some cameras. I mean, these are like full gut remodels. And let's just face it, the county sucks in the business of remodeling houses and properties. That's not our game. So I don't know, just frustration because I mean, now we're left with this
Yeah.
ball to try to solve.
I'd like to offer you some clarification on the deck. The Cabrini house that received the $200,000 deck, that was not a purchase recent. The county behavioral health has owned that property since 1996. That was a capital facilities project that was delayed over several years, if I dare say a decade. Can't speak to why it was delayed, but as we know, and you both have spoke about rising costs, any delayed projects, you know, I think I have my own debt coming up. I think I'm going to pay $400,000 at this point for it. But you know, we're prevailing wages in place. We're really subject to what contractors might show up to provide those bids. And we agree with you. 200 was really hard to take, honestly, but just clarification, we didn't buy the house and then needed the deck. That deck was built in 1976, I believe, and it had seen its time. Yeah, thank you.
I wanted to add one quick, and then I'll go to you, was maybe if you can explain just very briefly, and this is a lot for the public too, the difference in like private versus public kind of these projects, the public resource code particularly, so you mentioning bidding. Why do we have to go put these out to bid? What do each of those look like? How many different types of bids for like a minor's motel might we have to go through? And again, these are restrictions that are not on a private person. I can't afford it, but hire somebody to go fix up my house. If it was a county project, I'd have to go get every single thing done out. So.
Right, so the county is required to adhere to the public contract code, and so any project that's over $220,000 has to go out for formal bidding. And so that is going to raise costs. We are also required to comply with prevailing wage, and that also raises costs. So there is definitely always going to be a difference between what someone can do in the private sector versus what a public entity like the county has to do.
And lowest qualified bidder
Correct.
requirements
Lowest
as well.
responsible bidder, the county is required on these public contract code projects to go with. So we don't have room to negotiate. We have to go with the lowest responsible bidder.
Problem if you only get one or two, right? Supervisor Griefer.
Kind of reminds me of the movie Armageddon. Right before they launch, they're getting strapped in and he says, hey, this was 1 million moving parts built by the lowest bidder, right? So, you know, trying to instill confidence. But I'm still kind of hung up on this $1.8 million. And I know that I'm beating a dead horse here, but we're talking about walkthroughs. So we purchased it in December of 2020. December of 2022, there was an inspection on we purchased it in December of 2022. There was an inspection in December of 2023. Here we are, January of 24, from Big Bear Roofing stating that there's multiple issues regarding this property, and I just don't understand why we haven't done anything to these properties. I understand architecture, but we don't need an architect to tell us to replace the roof, right? And again, this isn't on you. And again, I'm really trying to hold back my complete disdain for this entire process and the appearance that this county has just wasted millions of dollars in not paying attention to what was going on these projects. And I know that those staff members are not here, and I'm not trying to lay it at anyone's feet, but you know whose feet it lays on? Ours. But I'll get back on that soapbox after public comments.
One comment just to clarify too that I should have added for the public contract code requirements is when you look at a project, you have to look at the entire project when you're going to go out to bid. So that, and I don't know why things didn't happen on the project, but one thing is that the county can't sort of piecemeal the project. So when we look at doing the miners motel, we're going to look at all the cost of everything included, and we're going to formally bid all of the things that have to be formally bid, which would include a roof or other types of things. So just from that perspective, that's the other important piece about the public contract code.
Great. All right. If there's no further questions on that, I know we are at 12 o'clock. What I'd like to be able to do is move to public comment. I think if that maybe goes to like 12:30, then we would recess for lunch and come back all refreshed and happy and ready and fed. What do you think? Yeah. All right. So we'll open up public comment, see how that goes. Any member of the public who would like to speak on this item It does help if you're willing to line up. Can I get a hand raise if you're willing or looking to speak at today's meeting? We've got, looks like 6. Okay, great.
All right, to
Good
give the
afternoon.
team more time, I decided to go with my 3 minutes of personal conversation. You've been all copied on what I'm about to say. California's homeless population in 2025 is projected to be about 193,000 individuals. That's one in unhoused per 200 residents. Based on these numbers, Tuolumne County's would anticipate having 270 homeless. Our point in time count, our PIT count, came in at 246. Yet those surveying this population believe the actual unhoused may be closer to 900 individuals. So that's what we need to be calculating for. But the PIT count drives the allocation of state resources. So we have a big financial gap just in that. California is projected to spend about $5 billion on homelessness in 2025. That's considerably less than the peak in 2023, which was $7 billion coming out of the COVID years. This is not to be confused with the reported $24 billion plus spent on massive homeless housing programs and other one-off expenditures over many years to reduce the homeless population. Yet the result was an increase of about 6% in our homeless population since then. So we can consider that in terms of what the impact is of our Camp Justice. You know, it's serving some and maybe reducing some, but the total population continues to increase in California. The state emphasis for 2025, having fewer funds, is on the most vulnerable populations considered chronically homeless, having complex needs with mental illness and substance use disorders. The state policy targets the most seriously ill and homeless, including through our CARES Court, linkages to Medi-Cal, and physical health programs. For 2025, the related state grants include housing, HHAP, and encampment resolution funds. So those are still anticipated to continue. The Tuolumne County can anticipate about $5 million in state funding to support homeless services, roughly $21,000 per the 246 in our PIT count annually. This works out to $1,325 per month for services, of which 30% or $425 can be spent on housing for each individual, each homeless person per month. Costs can be significantly more or less depending on needs, so these are averages. Federal and state assistance is SSI, SSP, CalFresh, and general assistance are paid directly to each homeless person having no employment income. That averages out to about $17,000 annually, or about $1,470 per month, where 60% of that, or $850,
Thank you.
So there's another half of this that you really need to hear,
yeah.
and so you can decide what you want to do about it. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Christopher Kahn. I'm the director at the Refuge Recovery Center. And just to make comment, Annie and Teresa, I could never do what you guys do, the red tape that you have to navigate. You've all seen me lose my mind without having to navigate the red tape, so get right through that. I've been a builder in the past. We're looking at a property close to 108 right now that's boarded up. And the first step that we're starting with is an appraisal. Appraisal cost, a hand grenade appraisal is about $5,000. I spent about 14 hours at the property trying to figure out what it would cost to be able to utilize as is, no structural changes. There's some deck issues and some handrails, but basically to outfit it. And I have to look at those numbers to see if it's viable. And at the end of the day, if we have to dump a bunch of money into it, we need to see if those improvements with the purchase, does it make sense for us to go through with it. So definitely a little bit surprised that there's not appraisals done on the properties prior to, or at least comps or something to support the purchase. Currently, we have 73 beds full at 9 different locations. We just picked up another house to utilize. We currently get referrals from the following. Some are approved, meaning they're approved referrals, and sometimes just the folks working there refer to us. Adventist Hospital, Mac Clinics, including Red Feather, Mewick Clinics, State Parole, Department of Probation, UC Davis Hospital, St. Helena, Behavioral Health. We have 25 that are on a waiting list right now. Out of those total beds were approved 16 beds by DHCS for inpatient services. We've had to continue to pick up properties because we run out of beds. We run out of locations to put people. And the properties that you have, I think by the time that they actually get done, we're going to outgrow the capacity as things continue to go. I'd like to throw the hat into the ring on the 108 property. If it was to come up for a lease or something like that, I think we could be operational in 3 months. We would not change or put in little kitchenettes. We would utilize the main home as the hub location for counseling services and then food and things of that nature. Anyways, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chris. Good afternoon.
Is already.
Mhm.
Thank you very much for listening to the public and for all of the work of Annie and her team to address this issue, which for years and years and years didn't accomplish anything. And I'm Larry Brunel and I represent GSAC, Give Someone a Chance, who's been functioning for 12 years in our community here to help with the homeless people. But as I say, nothing happened for a long, long time. And then in the last 2 or 3 years, all of a sudden, things are happening finally to help. And with all the staff and people and the funding and so forth. So my comments are going to be addressing the Camp Justice. And there's been a minimal amount of money that went into that to develop it. And there's not very much that it's going to take to continue it. So I really think it's so important to keep Camp Justice going. Otherwise, you're going to have people living wherever they can find a spot, just like it was about 3 or 4 years ago. And that I don't think is a good thing. So thank you for your consideration for financial responsibility and keep Camp Justice going.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
I'm Jen Salazar. I think you all pretty much know who I am. First of all, I'd say thank you to Annie and Tammy for giving the presentation on the projects. I'm not sure if everybody realizes why I'm so upset about this issue. It's not about the money to me. It's about the fact that there's been like 10 to 25 deaths in the unsheltered population in the past few years. Sometimes there's 1 to 2 deaths per month. Most of that is from cancer, suicide, or drug overdoses. I've been coming to meetings over and over asking for the supervisors to look into what was happening with all of this. I've risked a lot to make a lot of documents public. I'm just blown away that it took so long until anybody looked into this. My suggestion moving forward is, like Steve was saying, is to implement more case management and services for people, to focus on the projects that can be saved and abandon the rest. I think you really need to listen to the community about these issues because I don't think any of you have really experienced it, so you should really listen to people who have experienced it. I think it's also really important to partner with nonprofits. I think if you just start partnering with some nonprofits, they can really help you get some of these buildings going and getting people moved into the places. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, esteemed board and Mr. Chair. I'm Mark Plummer from the Sonora City Council, but the first set of my remarks are going to be my personal observations. I would like to thank and applaud staff for their work on this Sisyphean task. It should not be never ending, but it seems like it will be. One of the things we need to observe is that we probably can deal with our homeless issue if we quit adding to it. But the more we are putting money into it, it seems like the more homeless we have. And the hit counts that I have always thought counted the most were the 800 plus. So please bear that in mind. I would also like to thank the sheriff for his work on Camp Justice that has been helping, I think, the county and the city a great deal to have a legal and safe place for people to go to. So, on now for the city. Prior staff had been very high-handed in how they approach this issue and working, I think, with partners throughout the county. I have only seen it from the city's perspective. That is water under the bridge now. But for future projects, one, the city would like to see no new projects in the city. We have enough homeless and problematic populations already. And when the board or this board, and it's a new board, that changes a lot of things often. We need to try and work together where that's possible. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Welcome, good afternoon.
Hello. I'm Jeff Hollis, and I'm impressed with everything that's been going on today. The questions, the research that you guys have done, and this is short. I just took all the numbers that a lot of them I didn't know, and I added them up. 1.8, 1.7, $74,000 a bed gets you started with those 50 beds. And in the camp, $77,000, which includes operating costs, it was $1,500 a bed. Just so you know, it's a 50-to-1 ratio. I love that camp.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having us.
You've been here since Pledge of Allegiance,
I have
huh?
been here for
I know a lot of people have. Yeah.
I'd like to say something about the social workers as well. We haven't brought that up. William and everybody with social services is just fantastic. Boots on the ground. You know, they know this issue better than anybody. I think Sheriff Vasquez said something at one of our recent committee meeting was that a lot of these homeless members are reaching out to him for help when they didn't before. So we're kind of building that rapport. So I've just got a couple things written down I'll say real quick. I recognize that we're facing an incredibly difficult decision, especially with the financial challenges we're up against. But even in the midst of a budget crisis, there are things we cannot afford to walk away from, and this pilot program is one of them. Our infrastructure is falling apart. Our roads are in terrible condition. Local businesses are barely surviving. Our LGBTQ community doesn't feel safe. There's a severe lack of rental housing, and wages are insultingly low for living in this area. This isn't a coincidence. It's decades of leadership without vision. The Law and Justice Center is something that other counties can look up to and model themselves after. I'm a member of the Homeless Committee, and I've spent over a decade in the field cleaning camps, doing research, and working with the most vulnerable people in our community, and this program is working. I understand money is tight, but in a civilized society, we take care of our most vulnerable. If you are a Christian, it's not a suggestion, it's our duty. So please don't let this program die. The cost of inaction is far greater than the price of continuing. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Do we have any final public comment on this item? You get to be the person before this and lunch, so anyone want to step up? All right. With that, we will close public comment. I feel like this will, mention it might be short, there may be comments on this. I would like to recess for lunch until 1:30. Roger?
Our consultant who's here for the CDBG has another engagement at 1:30. So I would prefer to continue through.
So we could table this discussion, revisit that after. That's why we got to get away from morning public hearings. I keep talking about, but yeah. So we could table that and be able to go into CDBG, and then maybe take lunch and bring this back. Yes.
Just kind of look. Is there much more discussion that we plan on having, because it was a informational item only?
Yeah.
It was informational, but I heard some requests, I think from Steve. I would kind of like to know, maybe for Annie's sake, is there gonna be another conversation that's brought back at a future date?
And I would agree with that.
And
it
I was
should
gonna
be
say, and
brought
with
back.
that, and I don't know, can we make a motion to bring this back at a further date? Okay, so my motion would be that we bring back this, I want to have a special meeting specifically dedicated to this discussion and the funds and the liabilities and the whole kit and caboodle. And I think that would need to be a special day, either a Wednesday or a Thursday or a Friday, one day specifically dedicated. And I would recommend that we make it within the week of May 18th. And that's solely because I'm going to be gone the first week. So that's my greediness there. But that gives staff time to contact the partners. That gives staff time to contact the state. That gives staff time to evaluate all of the buildings, and what I want to get us to is a go, no go position. Either we're going to go forward on 108 or we're not going to go on forward on 108 sometime at that time. And I think that gives them plenty of time to come up with a game plan and gather all the data and because this is a very complex issue that we need to address. And if we don't do it today or meeting now, we're really hosed. But that's my long motion.
Can I just make one maybe question or comment? Because we are on such a tight deadline, we would be happy to bring that back. In the meantime, we would continue forward like we have been, unless we hear something different today. So I just want to make sure that the board is clear that until that discussion, we would continue to move these forward. Granted, there's a lot of work that would come in between, but I just want to make sure that that's very clearly stated, so that we know what direction we leave today with.
Right, and I'll split the difference. I want to make sure that we're not spending money between now and that discussion that is going to cost us money in the future. So, I picked that month, or that obviously for selfish reasons, but also to give you plenty of time to come up with it. But if you feel that you can do it sooner than later, then I'll entertain whatever you feel is correct, is best for you and your team.
Well, and so it is just a presentation. Of course, we can give direction on it, maybe just before we get to a formal one there. And say I completely agree of bringing this back. I am not in support of a go, no go, because nothing that has been presented to me identifies that there's anything not viable about this. I think there are opportunities to maybe address some specific issues and have some kind of conversations. And I think that's a good idea. I'd be willing to do a day workshop too, so.
But we have to get to a point where we have to draw a line in the sand and say, either we're going to move forward on any property or we're not going to move forward. And if we're not going to move forward, then the county has an obligation to either unload it, use it for something else, come up with a game plan. So at least they know what our intent is. Because as Supervisor Campbell said earlier, if we're not going to be able to use this building as it was intended, and we're already $1.8 million into it, we need to stop the hemorrhaging and use the 1.7 that's left over and put it somewhere else.
I understand. There was no hemorrhaging though. This was a grant that was applied. I think we said there was a 200,000 gap, and CDBG was, which is our next item, going to be covering that. So I don't think there was identified by staff, and this is what I'm pointing out, is that I don't think there was an unfunded gap identified. If there was, then perhaps that terminology.
We have 1.7 left in the account. Current bill is 1.9.
And 400,000 was requested from CDBG.
Requested, right? This is the problem people have with grant funding. You guys keep saying we're going to get this money down the road, and when it doesn't come in, we're in trouble. I don't want to get into that debate right now because I have a full PowerPoint spreadsheet to go
recommend that we table this to basically bring back a full discussion. I would recommend we leave it to staff to pick a day that works for all of us.
Yeah, no, I can.
And that this would be basically going through. Would you like to make your motion about that property specifically, or
my
all
motion?
Of these?
My motion stands as is. My motion is I want to have a special meeting specifically dedicated to all of the properties, their viability, their impact to the county, the impact to us if we have to return the money. I want a full overview of every single project, including Camp Justice, and how it's going to be either funded, not funded, or what we have to be crystal clear of what our future holds. Someone said it out there. We don't have a vision. If we don't have this vision right now.
I hear you.
Okay.
We're trying to find the motion. This isn't the, So
I'll restate
it's bringing it back with a plan for these properties, correct?
with the understanding that this board has to make a decision of whether we're going to fund them or not.
This board
So-
has made a standing
Could-
decision. They are
And
funded.
we can
We're
back up. We
reviewing.
don't have to continue
could
down
make
this.
Right.
We don't have to continue down this bridge.
Yeah.
How about we just second this and we have this whole argument on
Yeah.
a future date when
Yeah.
because we need to
So-
get into this.
and
other-
I agree.
And
So
the-
that is
the-
the motion that's on the table. Supervisor
Yeah.
Campbell, you have a comment on the motion, then
key
Supervisor
thing is
Kerr.
that, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, we're looking for, what I would be looking for, I'll just speak for myself,
Mhm.
would be that with a recommendation from staff on each of those properties, what you, based on discussions with your team and working with those populations, think that this board should do. We may not actually do that.
Right.
But we need a very clear recommendation that's based on data on what we should do on those items. And if that's what you're saying, then I agree completely.
And can I just add to
Supervisor
that?
Kerr.
Yes to what Campbell said, because you had identified that certain funding streams were great, some were not so great from when the conversations took place. So based on funding for me is a big thing. And then again, just, I don't want to send you an email, I want to say it publicly. I see there is a temporary, there is a permanent housing thing. If you could drill into those numbers for me, because I'll be asking you questions about that at that board meeting. And then two other things, dumping fees for the camp site, and then if there's any plan for like having, in some of these other transition housing, we were gonna have a staff member there. Is there any sort of on-site public, is there gonna be somebody on-site for the parking spot moving forward? So those are things that I will ask you at that meeting. So I'm giving you a heads up now.
Okay. Well,
And
and
I-
I'm in agreement. I think if that's fine. I think that's what I was trying to less eloquently say on this motion was I'd like it to have a staff recommendation of what makes this work and fixes issues rather than just kind of an up or down. And sounds like we're saying the same thing. Supervisor Holland, did you have a,
Let's vote.
okay,
Let's
and
go.
Annie, did you have a final comment?
I just, again, to clarify, because we had planned on bringing back the Snell contract probably before May 18th, May
Okay.
18th. And so if that is the direction to hold off on everything, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that being the recommendation from the board.
It
Or
sounded
if-
like move forward, but basically set a date to bring this back with a recommendation of what you need to make these work, and we will make then a decision at that action item of the future of the project. Is that correct
Well,
for
I kind of
everybody?
think we're saying the two things, continue moving forward, because all that is bringing back the contract, right?
Correct.
We're not spending money on that.
Well, the contract has money associated with it,
Well,
yes.
yeah, but
There's
but it's
things
not-
happening
Right, we're
right
not putting
now.
on a new roof on a building.
So there is a roof going on Snell, yes.
There is work happening that is
Yeah.
costing money between now and that meeting.
Only $600,000.
Oh, only 600,000.
About 300,000 is what that contract is.
I'm smart enough to read the room, so let's do this. Let's bring it back, continue forward with what you need to do, and just understand where I'm looking at specifically is I don't want to throw money down a hole if we don't have to, and I want to protect this county from future negative impacts because
Steve,
where we're
you're
at.
heard. Well, I'm trying to get it to a
Well, you got a
motion,
gavel, you
a
should use
motion.
it.
So, all right, here we go. So we're gonna gavel that,
There you
and
go.
that's what's gonna
I
happen.
need a vote.
It's a presentation. I heard unanimous on that.
Okay.
Correct? Great. All right. Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. I know we got expensive CDBG consultants on there. How long do we need to set up? Are they about ready?
Yeah, she doesn't
Oh.
have a presentation, so she's just gonna speak.
Have you been here before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jaren, it is a public hearing, so you have to open it up.
Oh, thank you. Appointment 1 and 2. All right. Yeah, we're gonna, while they're setting up, we'll give it like 3-4 minutes, a little bio break, and then come back. Looks like if this moves quickly, we will probably be back or going to lunch, I think, at 1 for our staff or so, but thanks for being patient with us.
BG-PI-000001 and authorize staff to submit required closeout documents to the Department of Housing and Community Development CDBG program.
Wonderful. There we go. All right.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for hearing this item. Let's hope this is brief. This particular contract is a program income contract that was issued to support the CRC Center, and it was a total of $283,442 that was allocated from your program income account. It was allocated to provide some additional funds that were needed to shore up some of the drainage impacts that were identified as the project was being put in place that were not a part of the original scope of work. And so we included some of the program income funds to create some of those corrections that made a significant difference in the project. At the end of the project, we expended $230,493.49. So it came in a little bit under budget. And it has benefited approximately 655 residents within the community district of Groveland. So today we are just here to report the outcomes, the total expenditures, and request that the board direct staff to submit the closeout for this project.
Okay. Generally should be a pretty straightforward item. Sarah, throw the beanbag at me if I miss any of the public hearing stuff. And I've got my note card for all the things. So with that, are there any questions from the board on this item? Looking around, don't see any questions. We'll open it up for public comment. Any public comment on this item? You have 3 minutes to be able to speak. Seeing no public comment, we will close public comment and Sarah, close the public hearing. There we go, remembered it correctly. We'll be bringing it back to the board for any discussion. If not, I will be looking for, I guess there's not an action item on this?
Just a direction of staff.
Just direction. All right. I think you have direction to go forward.
All right. Thank you so much.
Right. There we go. All right. So with that, we can move into our CDBG item number 2, correct? So we'll open up, Nicole, you can read the public item for our 10 a.m. appointment number 2.
10 a.m. 2, public hearing, adjournment to April 8th, 2025, review and give direction of potential projects for the 2025 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, NOFA, and CDBG program PI use.
All right, and we'll open up the public hearing. That, and please present.
Great. The direction of the board at the March 18th meeting was to postpone discussion in regards to the notice of funding that was currently available or will be available under the 2025 programmatic period, and the discussion of how to utilize the program income funds that you have currently in the coffers at the county. So just to clarify that as well, because I know in some of the conversations we had earlier, program income funds are actually on hand. We just have to submit and get contracts with the state and get approval of that project. So they are on hand. There's no competitive components around program income. We have had conversations, the interim county administrator and myself, and reviewed the conversations that were aligned at the last meeting. And we have made some recommendations to the board on how to move forward with the conversation related to the funding in order to allow you enough time to move through some of the questions that you do have on the projects that you have on the board, and then to provide direction once you've established what those needs are. So with this adjournment, we are required to open back up for public hearing, take more public comment, but then we would like you to review the recommendations that we have put together in regards to the postponement of a 2025 CDBG application at this time. Continue to discuss the needs for the program income and come up with projects that are your priorities that we can make application for, as those are in-house funds and the process is a little more simplistic than a full NOFA. And then continue to do a comprehensive overview of what the CDBG program is. We are suggesting meeting with you on April 22nd to do a little bit more of a in-depth review of what those activities are, what those eligibilities are, so that you have a full breadth of the outreach and the reach that CDBG funds can have for the county. And then agendize the public outreach and planning for the 2026 cycle, which we are anticipating to be released in January of 2026, and then make application at that time.
Great. All right, thank you for the presentation.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask one quick question. Between the PI, OTC, and the competitive grant, you mentioned, and they're obviously in different amounts.
Mhm.
Are any of those in jeopardy if we were to basically postpone and delay with this recommendation? Is there kind of distinctions between which might be more time sensitive or not?
Well, the 2025 funds, if you don't make application, of course you don't. If you don't throw your hat in the ring, right, there's no funds that'll come with that. You have not received those monies, so you're not in jeopardy of losing anything. You just don't have access to a project under those timelines. PI, they are talking about wanting to see something within the next 12 months. And before you make any application, you have to tie your PI to a contract. So there's timing components there that do become critical in regards to making application under the 2026 NOFA. Then you want to make sure that your program income applications have been submitted far before that. So there is some work, depending on the type of project that you select, that may have to be completed in order to make those applications viable and approvable at the state level, so that you can have a contract.
And those add up over time. I mean specifically
Mhm.
OTC one, so that is a use it or lose it
Correct.
application.
Yes.
And what I wanted to ask is what is that timeline on, what you have as a recommendation is the postponement?
Correct.
Would that be then not applying for 2025?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have other board questions on this? Okay. Seeing no board questions, we'll open it up for any public comment. If any members of the public would like to speak, please step up. We'll be able to have 3 minutes.
And if you wouldn't mind signing in for us, we'd appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Let's see, I just want to bring to the board's attention again that clarify a couple of things. So I'm the executive director for ADCA. We operate the food bank here in Tuolumne County in Jamestown. The fact that we lost 2024 CDBG funding puts ADCA in a position of having to fund a large portion of our annual expenses at that food bank. And I'll be bringing to the ADCA Board of Directors this Friday a request for approval to spend close to $250,000 to keep the Tuolumne County Food Bank open. That'll be of funds that ADCA holds. As far as the PI money is concerned, I understand that ADCA does not, that the food bank work would not apply to that. So I'm going to speak specifically to the 2025 CDBG contract or grant. And let me just say that we need that money. I like I said, I'll bring to the board request to approve use of ADCA reserve funds to keep the food bank open through the end of the year, but we need the 2025 CDBG money in order to keep it going into 2026. And it's important to note, I believe that this board will approve that funding if you're given that opportunity. The important part that's being missed here, and I am just going to make a request that this board put on a future agenda an updated status of the fiscal year audits that are missing for the last 3 or 5 or 6 years. I keep getting different numbers. I don't know how long it's been, but if those audits, and I don't know if it's just the one audit from whatever the most delinquent one is, or whether they all have to be turned in. I don't know what the criteria is there for CDBG, but that's where the problem is. If we don't meet whatever the audit requirements are to actually apply for this, then you guys won't even have the opportunity to make the decision about funding the food bank or anything else. So I just ask that somehow we prioritize that and get the auditor controller in here to what's their plan to close so that you guys can continue to get the next $3.6 million for CDBG. So thank you.
Good, thank you. Do we have any other public comment? All right, seeing none? Oh, yeah. Craig, you're in trouble. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, so I'm here to talk about the Columbia Firehouse situation and just remind some of you were on the board a few years ago when we went through a very painful process after a citizen who lived a block away from the firehouse, their house burnt down in the middle of the night, and then caused a lot of people in the community to sort of literally wake up and look at how the firehouse had been staffed, and we discovered it had been almost a year with no one working there. So we went through a very painful community process, and we ended up, the Columbia Fire Protection District is now contract with the Tuolumne County Fire Department, but is still seeking a home for that firehouse. Temporarily, they are housed at the college, who has been very gracious, but has indicated they don't see this as a long-term solution. And you as a board and Tuolumne County Fire have been working to make a permanent firehouse at the Pereira House, which is county-owned property by the airport. And I believe some of this money is a proposal to make that continue to happen. So I am here just to remind you how incredibly important a piece of this huge, complicated puzzle this is. And I hope that you will keep that in mind as you move forward. I also want to say, somehow this fell through the cracks. There was a community meeting on March 20th, and I don't know what happened, but it doesn't appear to have been in the newspaper, on the radio, or on the county's Facebook page. Otherwise, I can assure you this room would be packed full of people from Columbia, and we do maintain a large email list. We have a local Facebook page where we talk about these sort of issues, and so I can, just in case you think, because I'm the only one here, I am here as part of the Columbia Citizens for Fire and Safety, which is a committee that was started as part of this, and we are committed to following through on this in the long run. So if there were better options, I think as a community and you as a board would have looked at them, but this is our best option to kind of finally cement this very, very important fire site in place. So thank you for your time. And
Yes, please sign and leave your
Thank you.
email. I'll make sure I reach out to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Craig Conklin, retired CAL FIRE, and I fancy myself somewhat of a county fire historian. Following up on Kim's comment, wasn't aware of the March 20th meeting either. But looking back when the county fire department was formed in 1974, and I just gave Supervisor Griffer the copy of the original agreement, it was identified that there was one major hole in the county fire system in 1974, and that was Columbia. Columbia Rawhide area specifically. And that was to be addressed. Prop 13 shot that down. It never has been adequately addressed in the subsequent 52 years since that report came out. You have a chance to do that, to fix that, that hole that's been there for a long time. The Columbia Fire District tried to fill it. As Kim pointed out, for nearly a year, that station was empty, and then it accumulated in a big fire one night that made the headlines. That could have easily started in the state park and had no fire protection. This board can make history and close that hole by funding that fire station, putting that together, and getting that staffing in that station. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. And do we have any other public comment? Going once, going twice. All right, we will close that. And are there any follow-up questions? I think we're allowed to make questions, then we have to close it, then we can do statements. Correct, Sarah? So any questions? Seeing no questions, close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Griefer.
All right, since I'm the one who's throwing the monkey wrench into the gears regarding the firehouse, my position is this, is that I just wanted to make sure that we were being good stewards again of the money and things like that. I am not against the firehouse. I've told several of you today that I'm not going to vote against this, so it'll move forward on my plate, so don't worry about that. Regarding the, so we're going to vote on the three items, right? There's a sunshade, there's a, they're economic, right? Or am I off?
I'm not expecting a vote today or directive today.
Oh, okay.
I figured that we would have a discussion on April 22nd.
My
And then
mistake.
better focus your directive at that time.
Right. Well, then I'll shut up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to say, so the recommendation you brought forward, kind of in line with that of like what's before us today, these are these 4 recommendations, which would be asking to adopt all. But I want to make clear that number 1 is postpone submission of the CDBG application. Now, my understanding is from competitive and PI, that's okay. Competitive, is it a similar use it or lose it? We won't be able to apply for 2025, but program income accumulates.
Program income accumulates. We still have
Right.
some challenges with application with the outstanding audit,
Yeah.
even with PI.
Right.
But
the
having a
competitive-
directive and preparing those applications so that they are ready to go in immediately when we have clear runway on that is what we would recommend.
And the competitive is annual though.
Correct.
Okay, so under this recommendation of these 4, that would effectively be not applying in this year for the fire station or any of the competitive programming. And really, we would only be talking about for this year, the PI.
Correct.
And then priorities for the next CDBG cycle,
Correct.
to clarify. So the recommendation as it is right now is, to put it bluntly, killing the fire station proposal in 2025 and killing the competitive proposal for 2025, and then only basically applying in the future.
I thought this wasn't open, like they haven't even declared 25 open yet. You guys were thinking it was gonna be July or something.
It's correct. That is
So
correct.
it's not even open yet to even apply. Even if we said apply today, there's nothing to apply to, and we have this
Right.
whole audit, our own
Right.
problem to
And we
face.
won't have the audits in time.
So waiting till the 22nd doesn't really change anything. I mean, we could still on the 22nd say go, and we're still like, okay, we gotta fix our audit problem, and we gotta wait for the opening.
Correct. It's just if you make any significant changes around this
We
and
have
to
to
be able
change,
to
yes.
develop all of the items, because we have to do NEPAs, we have to get cost estimates, bid documents, there's processes that we have to have in place to submit the application. That'll allow us time to get that together.
If we altered from the course that was presented before, we would have to do that. But if we stayed on the course,
And I don't have all of the information on the shade structure, the transitional housing and the economic development component. We would have to
So
continue
you're
to
saying we
develop.
don't have to submit now,
Correct.
but if we were to change it in any way, then we won't have time to submit. So it will be either submitted as it is today or submit the same thing in a couple weeks,
Right.
but we can't change it. I'm sorry, to kind of reconcile, because I'm hearing the answer is like, how do those kind of get interlaced?
You have
And then I'll go to
opportunity on
Steve.
program income to make changes.
OTC specifically and competitive, I
OTC
mean.
and competitive, it will be very difficult to put another OTC project together.
Okay.
Even by January, that would be very tricky.
Okay, Supervisor Griefer?
I know I lied, sorry. All I was gonna say is that after speaking to the people of Groveland, we don't need the sunshade, so we'd be comfortable, like, the Royal We would be comfortable taking the sunshade money and giving it to potentially economic development of either the other districts.
Right. And then specifically to the OTC component, I think, which is what you were speaking to, would it be, that's a longer conversation that we would need to get into if you are going to move away from the Columbia Fire Station. And then we'll want to also discuss whether or not you want to take the applications that were submitted previously that we were not able to make application submittals on, if you want to continue those forward, or are we looking at doing a different outreach for the competitive portion rather than the OTC portion? So that's another conversation that we'll have on April 22nd.
If there's not, or, yeah, Supervisor
I
Griefer?
was just saying, I'm confused because I have to go back and watch the last board meeting. I thought some of these we cut, but I guess
There was no action. Yeah, yeah.
but there's
We
no action today.
we postponed it to today, and now we're saying let's postpone it again until April 22nd, where we can
Okay.
actually have an in-depth conversation
gave
about
five,
all of
Gary.
this.
Then let's
Very
do
good
that. I'll make a motion to do
interpretations.
that so we're not wasting any more time.
And I'll second.
So this would be on the staff recommendation, delaying it to the 22nd meeting without any changes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, may I ask one question in that, since I haven't had a chance to kind of go around with it? And then I will recognize the motion and the second to it. Related to the business district, which I think is a good idea, and you're gonna need time to develop that. We could give direction today if we were willing to basically do that. Or, as you mentioned, we could wait to the 22nd to do the OTC thing. It's only kind of making it harder, but we can't transition to another project.
The 22nd will include the PI as well.
Okay, so my recommendation, I'll only throw out, but Chair speaks last most of the time, would be that we do give direction on the OTC today to basically pursue as recommended. We would adopt the rest of this by the 22nd to basically see for program income and competitive following exactly what's recommended here. If that doesn't change the recommendation or the motion, then that's fine. I'll recognize the motion in the second.
The recommendations run through 4, which I assume is the motion.
Yes.
I feel staff put that together to accomplish what you're talking about, and so I'd rather stick with the staff recommended action.
Okay. Okay, so we have a first by Supervisor Kirk. We have a second by Supervisor Campbell to make clear on that. This is bringing it back, but it's not really changing our options.
Correct.
Okay, and that was the concern, is whether that delay is going to limit it at all. So that's fine. We will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, abstaining? Okay, so it's unanimous on the staff recommendation. This will be brought back April 22nd meeting for a study session, and then I think action or direction on that, correct?
Correct.
And did we want to give any discussion in preparation for that of what options we want? Because to Supervisor Kirk's point, we did give 5 separate sets of direction.
Yes.
So in terms of the PI and competitive and OTC, maybe it would be helpful to reach out to each of us, at least by email, so that way we come in with some stuff too.
Okay,
Is that
I will
fair?
work through Roger
Fair with everybody?
to
Great.
create that.
All right, it's 12:55. We're going to adjourn for a 1-hour lunch. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. An hour and 5 minutes. All right, it's been a polite amount of time. We're calling the meeting back to order at, wait for it, 2:03. All right. With that, we have a few different items. We have the sheriff's item, number 12, for dispatch, just kind of reviewing what we've got left since we bounced around a little bit. We have the item, obviously, 13, 14, and we also have our 11 a.m. appointments. CEO, do we have anybody waiting on those appointments that we need to be able to go through, or can we hop right into the sheriff coroner's item?
We do have the consultants on Zoom for the 11 a.m. appointment.
Okay, let's go into our first 11 a.m. appointment, public hearing. Yes, you're right. We already covered it. So we're going to be going into our first 11 a.m. Nicole, can you read it?
11 a.m. 1, public hearing, consideration of adopting an ordinance to amend the Tuolumne County Master Fee Ordinance, Section 3.40.010S, related to fees for Fire Prevention Division of the Community Development Department to update fee amounts, with the exception of Section 3.40.010S8, short-term rental inspections, and rename Section 3.40.010S, Fire Prevention Division.
Great, thank you. And we have this split into 2 items, right, at the advice of council. Good, so, all right, let me open up the public hearing for that item, and please begin.
Do we have our consultant on? Is our consultant on?
Diana? Or Georgia?
Hi, yes, I am on. I wasn't sure if I would be presenting the presentation, or if somebody from the county would be sharing their screen.
I think you're presenting.
Okay, no problem. Let me just.
All right, good afternoon, board. Steve Gregory, Tuolumne County Fire, Sonia Klin, Tuolumne County Fire as well. We are here today for consideration of adopting an ordinance to amend the Tuolumne County Master Fee Ordinance, Section 3.40.01, related to fire fees for Fire Prevention Division of the Community Development Department, and update fee amounts with the exception of 3.40.010S8, short-term rentals, which we will get to next, and renaming Section 3.40.1010S, the Fire Prevention Division. MJT, or GT, is online, Georgia. She'll do a short presentation, and then we are here for any questions you guys might have.
Thank you. Georgia, take it away.
Okay, let me share my screen quickly.
And we do have these as
can you add to
hearings,
my-
but only on some of these items. Since we have been going a little over, if there's any way to truncate some of it, and I think we've heard a lot on this as well. So anyway, sorry to Georgia interrupt.
Yeah, no problem. I'll try to go as quickly as possible. Can you see my screen all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, thank you all so much. As Steve mentioned, we've been working with the fire department on this Fire Prevention Division user fee study. Just for a brief agenda, I'll just introduce MGT and myself and give background and project history, the objectives of the study, then move on to the methodology, the findings and recommendations, and then any other fee modifications. So to introduce MGT, we are a nationally recognized consulting firm. We focus on government consulting and specifically SLED clients, so state, local, and education. We are over 900 employees right now, and Mr. Rivas was the project manager for this project. He unfortunately was not able to be here today, but he has conducted many user fee studies across I think 12 plus years at this point. And my name is Georgia Borison. I was the primary consultant for this study as well. I've been doing user fees for over 2 years now and have assisted in 15 plus user fee studies in the last 24 months. And on the call with me as well is Diana Hancock. She is a manager at MGT and has done many user fee studies over 10 plus years as well. So she's here to answer any questions. So the background of this project, Tuolumne County hired MGT in late 2023 to conduct 2 separate user fee studies, the Environmental Health Division, which went to board in December, and the Fire Prevention Division. And these divisions had not undertaken comprehensive fee studies in many years. This study included fee-for-service activities and fines and penalties. Non-user fee related services were not analyzed, such as impact fees. So this study utilized fiscal year 24 adopted budget figures, and the study was conducted and completed between MGT and Tuolumne County staff. And these 2 studies were conducted separately but simultaneously. So the objective of this study was to develop a catalog of fees, your master fee schedule, and develop staff fully burdened hourly rates using the county's fiscal year 24 adopted budget and personnel costs. We also wanted to define what it costed to provide fee-related services, assessing the levels of current cost recovery, and evaluating opportunities for adjustments. We provided estimated revenue projections based on the proposed adjustments and provided recommendations. And we ensured that we were compliant with state law governing user fee cost recovery as well. Our methodology, basically the analysis, determined the cost of providing fee-for-service activities. It is based on 2 elements. We find fully burdened hourly rates of staff providing these services, and then we use the average time required to provide these services provided by staff. The product of the hourly rate calculation multiplied by the time spent yields the cost of providing the service for each service category. The cost calculation, so we interviewed department and staff to identify members who were involved in each fee service and find out what the average amount of time they spent on these services was. So with that, they provided the time estimates, and then using the expenditures and budget data, salaries and benefit data, we calculated the direct labor cost as well as the indirect costs and the overhead costs that the department has. So we apply the fully burdened hourly rates to average time spent to provide the service. Costs are then annualized by incorporating annual volume figures for each fee category. So the study findings and recommendations are as follows. So as you'll see, this chart shows you on the left-hand side, we have the Fire Prevention Division. In column A, you'll see the full cost of user fee services that we calculated. The column B is the current revenues that the Fire Prevention Division is bringing in for these fees based off the annualized volumes that we were given. The current subsidy in column C is the difference. So obviously there's not much of a difference. The fire department was basically fully cost recoverable. And so for the recommendations is just to, close that gap and recommend 100% cost recovery. And so, each of these paragraphs below kind of just goes into more detail about the specifics of, describes each of these numbers in more detail. And I will stop there. I don't know if anyone has any questions or wants me to pause here, or if you want me to keep going for now.
If it's okay with the board, let's keep going. We'll do questions at the end.
Okay, perfect. So as I mentioned, the subsidy was basically almost zero. So the Fire Prevention Division was basically fully cost recoverable before the study. And just to remind everyone, this does exclude short-term rentals. They will be brought up later, and that actually produces an additional $91,000 annually. But removing that makes the model basically even. And so the Fire Prevention Division provides a safer environment for the citizens of Tuolumne County by preventing the loss of life and property caused by fire or explosion through public education, the enforcement of fire codes, laws, and county ordinances related to fire and life safety. This includes reviewing all types of commercial and residential permit applications for compliance with the state and county codes and ordinances, which includes, site development permits, developer agreements, rezoning applications, parcel and subdivision maps, site inspections, complaints, code enforcement, state mandated fire code and life safety inspections in the 13 CFC categories, fire cause and origin investigation. So this fire fee study only focused on fire prevention and inspections. So a high-level overview of the study, there were 45 fees that we recommended to reduce to comply with user fee state law, which basically states that no individual fee can be charged more than its full cost. 20 fees will stay exactly the same because they were already at 100% cost recovery, and 30 fees will increase to recover 100% of cost. And that all balanced out. Some examples of some fee changes for fire. The LP tanks over 1,500 gallons reduces from $550 to $439. That is a 20% decrease. Private school is going from $165 to $244, and that's a 33% increase. And hotel and motel 7 to 25 units is decreasing from $330 to $293, and that is a 13% decrease. And thank you, and I will open it up for questions.
Thank you. And just bringing this back to the board, so we do have 2 items. I think there is effectively a lot more changes, as you mentioned, in the second item. So we can do questions now on this, or allow Supervisor Kirk to ask questions on this item, and then maybe for the second version of this, we can hold our questions for that. Is that fine with everybody? We don't do it twice. Supervisor Kirk?
I had emailed my questions to some folks, and they got back to me, so I don't have any public questions. And when we do move into the second portion, I will recuse myself, just because on my property I do have a short-term rental that I operate from time to time.
Copy that. All right. Bring it back. Are there any questions from the board? All right, seeing none, we'll open it up for public comment. Any members of the public would like to speak? Bob? All right, we will close public comment on that and close the first 11 a.m. hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion. No, so not quite yet. If there's any comments on this, otherwise be looking for a motion. I believe the staff recommendation is to adopt as outlined in the consultant's report. Supervisor Griefer.
Sorry, I was sleeping at the wheel. My only concern is that the LP is going down, motels are going down, but the school rates are going up. I mean, do we want to cut the school rate, the private schools, help them out here? I don't think it's right that we're going to decrease the fees for the motels, but the private schools, the rate goes up.
So if I had it correct from the consultant, any of the ones that are going down is because it's mandated to go down. Any that are going up is because across all categories, all are being treated the same under the CFC.
Yeah,
so that would be that one, but there may be others. If we kind of make a different standard for it, there might be other ones too.
No, I was just saying that for the people who are choosing to, homeschool their children or private schools, having their rates go up a little bit when then they see that the motels are going down. And I understand why they're going down. It's because that's what it is, but.
But personally, I think it's in interest of fairness for me. We would keep it at 100%, and it's basically to sustain the service. That's just where I'm at. Are there other comments or other comments on the board? Otherwise, we'd still be looking for a motion.
Okay, I'll move to adopt the report.
Okay. We have that on staff recommendation. Do we have a second?
I guess I'll second it.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Thanks for taking one for the team. All right, we have a first by Supervisor Campbell, a second by Supervisor Holland. Call the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? All right, passes unanimously. With that, thank you. And kick Supervisor Kirk out. Get out of here. All right, we'll come get you. Great. So with that, will the board clerk read the second 11 a.m. public hearing appointment?
11 a.m. 2, public hearing, consideration of adopting an ordinance to amend the Tuolumne County Master Fee Ordinance, Section 3.40.010 S8, related to fees for short-term rental inspections by Fire Prevention Division.
Great, thank you. And we will open up the public hearing to 18 and take it away again.
Okay, Steve Gregory, Tuolumne County Fire. We are here today again to consider an adoption of the ordinance to amend the Tuolumne County Master Fee Ordinance, Section 3.40.010 S8, related to fees for short-term rental inspections. MGT is here for a quick presentation, and then we are here for any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. And I think if there's any redundancy there, Georgia, we can probably skip over all that and just go to the calculation of what this is specifically. So take it away.
No problem. Share my screen again. Sorry. I'll just run through this. Sorry about that. Yeah, so the recommendations for this version of the study, which just included the short-term rentals fee as well. As you can see, the full cost of user fee services is now $270,000, but only 66% cost recoverable. So the cost of these short-term rentals is $91,000. So to bring the fees up to 100% cost recovery and adding this new fee in, we would increase the revenue by $91,050, assuming the annual volumes stay consistent. And that is really the only big difference.
Okay. Great. We'll bring it back to the board if there's any questions on these items. Supervisor Holland?
Okay, hi. So our annual cost is $270,000 for the inspections. My understanding is there more in it besides the employee that goes out and does the inspections that are involved in that number?
Georgia, and I think that might be to you for the direct and indirect.
Got it. Sorry, I apologize. I couldn't really hear the question. Could you ask that again?
Yeah, no problem. Okay. So our rate shows $270,433 a year is our cost to the county. How did we derive, because I believe, don't we have one person doing these inspections for the short-term rentals?
Right. So the full cost of user fee services is not only just the cost of the short-term rentals. This is the entire the fire prevention fee schedule again, including now the short-term rentals. So this is the cost of all other fees plus the cost of the short-term rentals. And these are calculated through the hours, the time estimates provided by staff and multiplied by the fully burdened hourly rates.
Okay, I'm not very smart, so let's try this a different way.
Sorry.
The previous one, we were short $420 some or something for all the other services we provide. This section only focuses on short-term rentals. So wouldn't that 270 be the cost of short-term rentals, or what am I missing here?
So this includes not just the cost of short-term rentals. This includes the cost of the entire the entire fee schedule, all of the fees with the annual volumes, and we also added in the cost of short-term rentals.
So what was the previous presentation that we just saw that we were $400 and some short? And it had a huge list of, everything but short-term rentals.
So that was everything but short-term rentals. So that was basically every other fee all evens out to be only $421 or whatever it was of difference. But when we add in short-term rentals, you can see that you're subsidizing $91,000 of fee revenue.
Okay, yes, I understand that we're short $91,050. But we're short because it's based off of a number that says $270,000 minus the current revenue of $179 leaves you $91. So if I'm interpreting this chart correctly, it's saying that short-term rentals cost $270,000. We bring in $179,000 of revenue of short-term rentals, and we're short $91,000. Because this is the only thing we're talking about is short-term rentals. And Georgia, Liz wants to tag in here.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tag it in, Liz.
if you don't mind. So that information, what George is saying, that $270,000, that encompasses all of the fire prevention fees. If you look specifically in the chart, so it was kind of a hybrid. I guess this presentation is a hybrid of the previous item and then this one with the short-term rentals. It's a combination of both, even though we're only asking your board right now to make the decision on the short-term rental fee. If you look in the packet that was included for this specific item in the pretation on page 7.
Page 7, all right.
Near almost at the very bottom. It's like the second inspection from the bottom. It costs us about $146,000 to do the short-term rental inspection program. We are currently pulling in $55,000 in revenue. And so based on the updated fee calculations that MGT did for us based on our full cost to provide that service, that's where that additional $91,000 comes from for the short-term rental specifically. The $270,000 is for the entire fire prevention fee program.
Okay, so then 146 is what it cost us to
That's
run.
right, for the short-term rental inspection program.
Okay,
Yep.
that sounds closer to an employee. Okay, than 270. Thanks.
I only have one question on this is basically this is a fee to perform what is a mandated inspection for these, correct?
Correct. So the short term your board approved, I believe, 2.5 years ago, under ordinance that we adopted, all short-term rentals in the county would get inspected every 2 years.
And is this a funded mandate from the state or is it an unfunded mandate?
Unfunded.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question. It's more rhetorical. Yeah, they're always, it's always a rhetorical question.
I was going to say you had to ask.
Do we have any other questions on the board?
No.
Okay. Can we double Anaya's specifically? No? No? Okay, never mind. It's legal. All right, we will open it up for public comment. If any members of the public, Bob, would like to speak, have 3 minutes. Going once, going twice. All right. We'll close public comment, and we're closing the second 11 a.m. public hearing. Bring it back to the board for discussion on this item and a motion.
Chair, I'll move that we adopt the ordinance to amend the master fee ordinance consistent with staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there any discussion we wanted to have first on this, or? Okay. Is there a second?
Killing me, Smalls. Second.
All right, there we go. We've got a first by Supervisor Campbell and a second by Supervisor Griefer. We will call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining, noting that that is 4 ayes, and with Supervisor Kirk recused from the meeting and the item. Appreciate the presentation. Thank you for that. Georgia, Diana, thank you for being here with us. And
Thank you.
cool.
Thank you.
All right. Give me 30 seconds to go grab Supervisor Kirk. All right, so with that, I believe we are on to item 12. This is a presentation on the Dispatch Center Striker Court. We'll get ready to present that, and if the board clerk will read the item.
Item number 12, presentation and board update on relocating the Sheriff's Office Dispatch Center to Striker Court, authorizing the CAO with purchasing and signing authority for all related purchases.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, board members. Pull up my presentation here.
Okay. Kevin, sure.
Okay. Chairman, board members, again, thank you. We're here to present on the 911 Dispatch Center relocation project. Jared Pippin, Sheriff's Office. I'm one of our division bureau commanders, and with Sheriff Vasquez here. Just to provide a little bit of context and background about our operational tempo of our 911 Dispatch Center and how we got to this point. I just kind of want to go over what the functionality of our 911 Dispatch Center and what they do on a daily basis. We are one of about 450 911 dispatch centers in the state of California. We handle about 125,000 calls per year, both emergency and non-emergency. And we handle all 911 calls that come in Tuolumne County, with the exception of those that are generated within the city limits of Sonora. They have their own 911 dispatch center that handles the calls generated from that jurisdiction. Once we receive those calls, we're responsible for dispatching EMS services, ambulance, and law enforcement response to emergencies throughout Tuolumne County. The current facility that we're operating in is at Lower Sunset at our Sheriff's Admin Building. We've been there since the 1960s. That building was originally built back then, and there has been modifications made to the building over the years. The last ones, those occurring, I believe, back in 1992, so about 33 years ago. I mention that because there are some structural deficiencies with that building that we're currently in that don't equip us to handle a 911 center with the current technology needs that we need to function with. want to go over a couple of key concerns. Some of these are the result of just aging infrastructure, aging facility, but also some of these that really came to light over the last couple of years that pose a significant risk in our ability to deliver 911 services to the community. In 2023, we had 6 power failures, one of those resulting in a power failure of over an hour. Also in 2023, we had a electrical fire generated in the main panel that provides the circuits to power our 911 center, which caused another outage. During those documented outages, we were able to determine that we missed about 130 911 calls that would have come into our comm center during those times when those outages occurred. In January 2024, we had another outage where we discovered a generator failure. Our backup generator was no longer operational, which caused us to go down again. And we had to bring in a backup generator to the backup generator, which is still keeping our 911 center operational today. We've had HVAC failures. Our server room that we're currently operating out of, which was originally built when we were using analog systems and legacy 911 type systems, we're now using next generational 911 systems, which require a lot more technology, servers and the like that need to be cooled. It's currently being cooled by a mini split HVAC unit that failed as well, which we were able to get back in operational, but it posed some problems with our ability to keep that center cool and operational without having any other further failures. Most of these things have been documented and discussed at length in prior board meetings, and additionally at the board workshop last year, where your board made it a priority to invest in sustainable infrastructure for our 911 center. There was documentation through the grand jury report that highlighted a bunch of these concerns as well. In October of last year, actually I believe it was September, there was an emergency declaration made by your board as well to address some of these infrastructure concerns at our current facility. As a result of these discussions and your declaration, we began to work collaboratively with the county administration, the board in our office to explore some options on what we could do to maintain sustainable infrastructure. We looked in the immediate sense of what we could do to invest in our current facility to overcome some of these problems. The immediate thing that we identified in that option was that in order for us to invest in our current facility, we would have to relocate our 911 center to a different location. There's a significant cost in that. You can't just shut a 911 center down or operate it in a limited capacity. You have to actually rebuild it someplace else in order to move and take care of a lot of the infrastructure repairs that needed to be done. In other options, we looked at other county-owned facilities. There are seismic requirements to have a 911 dispatch center moved into a building, and the only 2 buildings that's available for us was Stryker Court, which we looked at as a temporary short-term fix, and then the Dan Backer Detention Center, which was kind of a long-term vision. Both county-owned, both meet those seismic requirements, and obviously we're already housed with our custody staff in the Dan Backer Detention Center. The one issue we ran into immediately with the Dan Backer Detention Center was getting the state's approval to move that staff into that building, because it was originally built and designed to house just the custody staff, which forced us to pivot and start looking at Stryker Court as a more of an immediate temporary fix. I will say this, we did this morning at about 8:20 receive notification from the state that they did approve our request to move staff into the Dan Backer Detention Center. That's just the very initial stages of what we're looking at as our long-term plan. It's still probably likely, years away from that being a reality. There's a lot of other things that go into that. We did receive CO direction with your board to temporarily move to Stryker Court. Part of the reason because of that is it is move-in ready to a certain extent with minor modifications that would need to be done. Those modifications consist of electrical work, network cabling, but really no modifications to the structure itself, as far as no walls need to be built, nothing needs to be moved. And there is an existing radio tower there with it, which is also a huge piece of our 911 center. Dan Backer does not have a radio tower. There's a significant cost in producing one of those or building one offsite someplace else, and Stryker Court does have one there already. There's also some wellness concerns that were highlighted in some of the reports to the board, as well as the grand jury report, which deal with, there's our current facility, there's no adequate break room, restroom facilities, places for the dispatchers to have a break. They work long shifts and they're not able to leave their post during those long shifts. So being able to provide them with a facility that addresses some of those concerns as well was a part of the location to Stryker. This slide here shows dispatch furniture, and the reason this is in here is because a lot of the investments we're making into our temporary move, we're looking long-term and how we can utilize the equipment that we're purchasing and some of the things that we're doing to go to Danbacker if and when we got that approval, which we did this morning. So the furniture itself was, the layout was designed to fit in the location at Danbacker that we envision the long-term moving to. It does fit in the footprint of Stryker Court. That room is significantly larger than the one at Danbacker. And then a lot of the other technology that we're looking at as well can be transferred to that location later. And actually, I was going to kick it to Roger to go over some of the specifics about the technology involved.
I have no idea. No, just kidding. Some of the equipment, especially one thing that I wanted to highlight that I didn't hear or wasn't listening correctly, is that a lot of this equipment needs to be replaced anyways. So the furniture is in the same boat. And so a lot of the equipment that we're looking at for this location needed to be done. And so we'll be using funding for that to come out of the replacement fund that the board established a few years ago to help with that replacement. The other piece is that there is some of this equipment that as we get ready to move over to Danbacker, we'll be able to transition the equipment over there also. So we're not just throwing the money away and not reusing it. And I think that having the upgrades to the radio tower will just help the communication throughout the county as a whole. So it's just going to benefit us to improve the radio communications from that location. I can answer any other questions you may have. I will let David talk or Jared talk more about the Calorie S 911 equipment that they're providing. They've been more engaged with Calorie S on that piece of it.
Just a quick comment to add on to what the county administrator was saying, and outstanding work, Captain. The delays for upgrading that equipment has been intentional. We have been very, very intentional about not installing equipment that is due for upgrade or needing to be upgraded, because we did not want to install or utilize the people's money to put that equipment in a building where we knew this infrastructure was not sustainable. So if there is a question on the board as to why weren't these upgrades done, that was intentionally done because we knew that the electrical infrastructure was unstable, and we didn't want to put and invest this amount of money into a building that we knew we would ultimately not have sustainable infrastructure. And that's why you're now seeing that as part of the project now. So it was intentional.
Thank you. As the CEO mentioned too, there is a significant investment from the state on this 911 project. Cal OES 911 branch funnels funding for 911 call centers throughout the state. Everybody that has a phone bill, cell phone bill, or landline has a surcharge on that bill that provides funding to the state's emergency telephone number account. Cal OES then funnels that money for maintenance and replacement of 911 call handling equipment. And it's based on how many calls that your comm center takes on an annual basis. We have received that funding. As the sheriff had mentioned, we're delaying some of the upgrades that we're trying to get done anyhow. But the state, when we notified them of our intent to move to Stryker, they immediately gave us their support that they would reinvest even additional funding to duplicate a lot of the call handling equipment that's necessary to make the move happen. So we do have a partner in Cal OES who's made a significant financial investment as well to make the move happen. I just think it was important to note that. This is just kind of an overview of the budget. I know your board approved, I believe it's $1.8 million in capital projects this fiscal year to go towards 911 infrastructure. We have been able to reduce what our original estimated costs were. We're down to about 1.457. We've looked at absolutely what's necessary to make our infrastructure sustainable at that location. There was some reductions in some of the equipment that we thought we were going to have to upgrade or replace that we found out we don't need to. Part of that was the backup generator at Stryker, which we found is sufficient for the load that we'd be bringing with our equipment to that facility. And some of the HVAC stuff also would be sufficient. But there are, like I said, mainly it's going to be electrical network cabling and some other stuff that's going to be more the significant cost. And a lot of that too is like the sheriff and the CEO had mentioned, it's equipment that we already were looking to replace anyway. Service contracts on our radios are due to expire in a couple of months. Service contract on some of our call handling equipment has expired that we've had to extend, so that equipment will be replaced, which should have been replaced anyhow. So that's part of that overall total budget. And lastly, what we're recommending for the board to approve is to proceed with the 911 dispatch relocation project at Stryker Court, obviously with the long-term vision of moving to Danbacker and utilizing the allocated funds in this year's budget and authorizing the CAO with purchasing and signing authority for all project-related purchases.
Great, thank you so much. And I will go into questions. I want to say, I know that we put this to be able to have a specific discussion about it. I very much appreciate the time and your patience and waiting in this and being able to bring this forward. Obviously, it's a huge decision that we're working on, but it's been a long time coming. And I think it'll be helpful to make sure as we go through questions that there's no confusion, as there's been a little bit over the past couple of years, at least from where I've been at. So we'll bring it back to the board. Are there any questions? Supervisor Campbell?
Thank you, Captain and Sheriff. Great presentation. Thank you for the information. I wanted to start out with something you mentioned. The Cal OES is making a financial contribution. Can you expand it? That's the first I heard of that. They're contributing to the move to Stryker or Danbacker?
To Stryker. So we have a commitment from them to fund replacing all of that. So in any 911 dispatch center, all of the equipment up to the point where the 911 calls are received within that communication center is all equipment that's owned and purchased and installed by Cal OES 911 branch through that funding that I'd mentioned through the state's emergency telephone number account.
Okay.
There's only a certain amount of those funds that they allocate to each 911 center, and it's based on the amount of calls you receive. So by us moving our 911 dispatch center to a different location is above and beyond what they would normally provide for maintenance and replacement. So when we notified them of our intent to move, they gave us a commitment that they would fund in addition to that to help us move. In other words, duplicate our existing 911 call handling infrastructure at a different location while we remain operational at Lower Sunset.
Okay, that sounds great.
Another component to that, Supervisor, also is that we serve as the primary PSAP for the county, not just the sheriff's office, and that's the public safety answering point. We are the backup service for all emergency 911 communications for the county.
Okay, great. And then you answer my other question. So we have approval to move Danbacker long term from, and which state agency was that? That like
State Department of Public Works.
Public Works.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I was kind of wondering about that. Is it's our jail. Why do we have to ask permission to move staff into it? But I guess there's something related to the way it was built and funded and that kind of stuff.
100%. It's about who holds the bonds associated with that building, in which we, when it was originally built, both State Board of Public Works and also BSCC requires approval as well.
Okay. And then, okay, so the two major issues that I have is that I'm hoping that we have some kind of idea about getting toward, or at least to get you thinking about in the future is, what are we going to do with the old facility? It's something that it's been an issue with this county going back, many decades. We have, TGH closed. We didn't have a plan what to do with it. Both the courthouses closed. Didn't really have a plan what to do with it. It's something that our county does, is that we move out of facilities and then they remain vacant for many years. Are you working on a plan with what to do with the old facility after we vacate?
I think it's a great question, and I take us back to June of last year when we first presented options. I believe it was at the workshop where we were giving direction on recommended budget, where one of the things that we said was we didn't want to be asking the people for more money than we need, and we don't need bright, new, and shiny. Some of the options that we talked about was, in fact, repurposing the existing infrastructure that we have to some capacity. We've also had in-depth conversations about consolidating other county departments because of the amount of square footage that the county owns, county building, county property. I have done a walkthrough. It's, I would say, an informal walkthrough with engineer, other contractors as well, just to kind of get a high level, what are the possibilities, what could we do with this building? And the feedback that I've gotten has been very, very positive. And I think moving forward, the plan should be, and will be now, that we have time to take our time when we have sustainable 911 to really look at that building and be more dynamic with what those efforts are going to be before we just make the decision to hastily move. But the problem is you need sustainable infrastructure in the meantime. And I think that moving to Stryker will give us that ability to make a more informed decision as to what we really want to do with that. Because based on the square footage and the fact that it's made of concrete and steel, I know that you have the district attorney that's looking for alternative locations. Sheriff's office is in rented space. And I'm not going to speak for the DA, but I'm just saying that these are all options that we have, that once we're out of that building, or we have dispatch out of that building, we can really break down what the possibilities are. I think that the future is bright with that county-owned building. And I've heard the one challenge has been parking, but one of the discussions that I did have with that engineer was that because of the old jail structure, a lot of that underground area could be used as parking under that sally port, is what they call it. And it could be multiple levels, which is a possibility and doable should the county decide that they want to invest in that existing infrastructure and start consolidation efforts.
Yeah, and that's all good. And again, I don't expect there to be a clear answer right now. It's the problem with some of our county facilities is they are purpose-built. You know, there aren't many other uses for a jail other than a jail. And so looking at innovative ways to use that and use the attached office space. I'm just kind of giving a heads up that this is going to be a question that I'll have as we go through this process. And so I'm hoping that it's factored into your thinking when we're moving forward.
Absolutely. It's a great question.
And it sounds like it is, so that's great. The other is that I think it's great that we're gaining a better functioning dispatch center, which we desperately need. I think that's really clear over our experiences in the past couple of years, but we are losing some utility in OES, which has used that space and which has been activated numerous times during fires and other emergencies that we've had in the county. So it hasn't just been sitting there vacant and unused for this period of time. So one of the questions I had was, how are we going to offset that in OES? And from what I'm hearing is that the plan now is to retain OES in some of the offices in the same facility.
I have no idea. I wouldn't speak to that. I would let the county administrator speak to what those other offices will be, or what I have no plan at this point to move into any of those other offices. My sole focus is to create sustainable 911 infrastructure in what I believe is referred to the training area of what used to be essentially the EOC and will be the EOC when we leave that building. Yes. But just to also tag on to that concern, we are extremely grateful for our OES partners and all the other partners that have a stake into investing in a sustainable 911. We have alternative options that we have also made available to, in the meantime, still fulfill the OES needs that we have. And that's not something that we would just turn a blind eye to. And I'm not thinking that you're suggesting that either, but it is in the forefront of my mind as well as to what that secondary function would be to immediate response for recovery as well.
Yeah, and to be honest, I think Dory did a pretty good job of putting together some alternative plans for OES. And up until Thursday, we had a solid plan of how we could move forward with OES. And so since then, Dory has come up with some additional ideas. So she, I think as of this morning, set up a meeting with all the involved parties to discuss the possibility of moving OES over there and what that would entail. So she can provide more details, but we haven't met yet. We're going to be meeting, I think, later this week. So.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to say to the sheriff and all of the staff, we are absolutely 100% in support of this. And we knew that when we were going to be relocated, and the sheriff's office has been very great in coming up with some of their options. And we did have a solid plan, but unfortunately, as you all know, the third floor of A&F was flooded. And so we do not have a place to activate the EOC, but we are working on that option of if some things get switched around for us to support that. I do want to mention that the sheriff, I don't know if he mentioned it here, but he and I have talked about it, and I so wholeheartedly support this. But some of the infrastructure that will go in there could allow us in the future, if they move to Dambacher, that we would still be able to activate the EOC in the main training room, but also have a place for a dispatch, which long run from an EOC operational standpoint is our most ideal, to have the ability to have a dispatcher in that same space that we're at so we can communicate very quickly. So there are some investments that will help down the road that we absolutely do support. And everyone's been really great, and we just have to figure it out. As Roger said, we have a meeting set up, and we're kind of going with the flow and making sure we are available to activate that EOC if we need to. So,
Thank you, ma'am.
And thank you for that. And as long as the three of you are talking it out and where everybody goes, that's good enough for me. And then the last question, this is a little bit granular, so I apologize. But there's an industrial kitchen in there. So originally that place was built with as kind of like a halfway CRC, some EOC elements, and then some emergency evacuation elements to it. I can't envision a scenario where once dispatch is in there that industrial kitchen can get used, because it's going to be behind where dispatch is. And I'm not trying to add any cost to your project here. Are there any plans to use that? Because it's fairly big and it's space that I really can't see it getting used in the future. And it's, as far as I know, it's never really been used that much. We have the CRCs that perform that duty, so it seems pretty redundant. Is there any plans on what to do with that space?
Nothing specific from our office other than just utilizing it for break room space if
room.
they need to prepare a meal or something while they're on duty.
Okay. Yeah, and that was going to be my suggestion, like a break room or some kind of area. It would be pretty good for that.
We had designed it too with specific access control to doors, so that way, because you can also access that kitchen without having to go through dispatch as well. So in the event that you needed to make it available, one door closes behind the dispatcher while they're using it, and it's still essentially secured area for everybody and other staff. And if it needed to be utilized as a kitchen, again, you just have a couple more left-hand turns that you have to make when you're coming in and out.
Yeah, okay. All right, now I'm starting. I guess there is another way in there. I just remember the one that's like right in the back, and I was thinking like, can't have people cooking back there, walking right through the middle of dispatch. Okay. All right, that's my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I've got just a couple of questions, and thank you. Those are good ideas. I wonder if Interfaith, being right there too, could probably use a commercial type kitchen to be able to work in, but it's good that there's an access control for sure. One I wanted to ask was, so we were, I think, the first to implement or get under Sheriff Pooley, I believe, before Next Gen 911, right? I know some's been deployed. To my knowledge, Cal OES has put a pause on that with some new leadership, and this isn't as specific to this, but I guess where do we see that going? What were the problems with it? You know, why are they kind of pausing? Only being that the concern being if we're investing in this equipment and this infrastructure to make sure we can do that, but then there's some reason they decide, oh, we're going to design a whole different system. We don't want to have to go fit all of that equipment. Do you have any info on why they're choosing to do that?
Well, without getting too much in the weeds, I think it has more to do specifically with vendor communication amongst other vendors and how their equipment works with other vendors' equipment.
Okay.
We have experienced issues. We were the first PSAP in the state to roll out Next Gen, as you had mentioned. But I would say we've met with Cal OES as recently as just a month or two ago specifically about that, and they have paused the rollout of Next Gen statewide until they get some of those bugs worked out. And there's been some leadership changes, as you'd mentioned. But we're not looking to reverse what we've done with Next Gen 911. That we're sticking with the same vendor that's going to be putting their switches and stuff in Stryker.
Okay.
I don't envision anything with Next Gen being an issue moving forward with the relocation.
So they're squashing bugs and not pivoting potentially to another system. It's just kind of a delay to make sure it all communicates and then continuing.
Correct. The state still has a goal to have every PSAP functional with Next Gen within the near future. Correct.
Great. Let's see. It has a lot in here, obviously, for the IT work. I just wanted to ask that. I think it's about $500,000 in that budget. So, of that amount, are we talking an external IT vendor kind of coming in to set it up? Is that money that then we are kind of allocating to our own IT department to do the in-house work? Just if we are able to do it, I would hate for us to hire an outside consultant unless we absolutely have to.
I believe the majority of that budget line item that you're looking at is purchasing of equipment. There is a significant cost to which will be going out for invitation for bid for the cabling contract for the network cabling. But I believe our IT department does intend on doing most of the IT in-house installation of that equipment.
Okay. I want to ask you, since that's going to be where the radio tower is as well, I want to ask on radio technician stuff, is there any concept to kind of, now that that would be more of a ongoing facility, not kind of an EOC facility, to have that with the signals to be able to move that office over to it as well, or no?
I'm not sure I understand.
With the radio technician office with Gabe, of where you're basically operating, is that something that should be co-located with kind of the radio area there? Is that something we should anticipate in the future, is more of that space co-locating with dispatch and the radio?
I haven't heard anything
Okay.
as far as that direction is concerned.
Let's couple. Then I only had one last thing. This is, so as mentioned with Dory, we would be having this area set up. Potentially some of it could be maintained. It's great that we may be able to move some of this over to Dan Backer and have that approval. And thank you for your work on that. In a similar sense to the juvenile hall, right, where I assume we're not the only county or city in the region that is struggling with maybe out-of-date equipment that was built in the 70s, looking to do next gen. As the larger county that might be able to kind of do this first, is there any opportunity where they could contract with our services if we're going to end up with kind of 2 dispatch centers that's able to help us subsidize our cost while being able to offer a better level of service to those we're kind of relying on as other county partners? Does that make sense? Some type of contract for service, say to Calaveras, if they needed additional up-to-date dispatch equipment.
We have had to utilize and cross-connect in some situations based on emergencies with Calaveras. We both use the same CAD system.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's archaic to the point where we don't necessarily have a switch that we can throw. Right now, we have a switch that we can throw with the city of Sonora, where if we need to take their 911 calls, we can do that, and vice versa. The challenges that we look at with having 2 dispatch centers is we will only have 2 until one is operational, and we completed testing on one. The state will not allow us to operate 2 PSAPs for the one office. So we are limited in capacity on that, and it'd be nice if we had fiber coming in from both directions of our county. At some point, I'm sure you're familiar with the Rural Telecommunications Act, where we're supposed to have fiber coming in from both directions. When we have a compromise on the Calaveras side, it puts us completely out. That includes all of our PSAPs, not just the county coordinating PSAP, but also Sonora, and we've experienced that once before.
2008, I remember that construction equipment took down all the credit, debit card, everything in the whole county. One guy with a shovel, basically. All right, that's all my questions. Have any other questions on the board? All right. With that, we'll open it up for any public comment. If any members of the public would like to speak, please come on up. You'll have 3 minutes. Going once, going twice. All right. We'll bring it back to the board for any discussion. I think this is a really helpful kind of explanation of how we kind of got to this point and exactly what the options are. So again, my gratitude and thank you for kind of taking this separate and being able to present on this for our knowledge and also the public's knowledge too. There's a griefer. Okay.
Very quick.
Supervisor Kirk.
And this isn't pointed at anybody, but I know we've been having this conversation since June or the workshop. My point is, this isn't a political issue for me. This is serious. Like, I almost had to call 911 a few weeks ago. If my kid gets bit by a rattlesnake and I need to call 911, I don't want dispatch to be down. So we've been talking about this for a year. It's been an emergency for a minute. When will we be up and running so that with fire season coming up, all these things happening, we know we're secure. We're not going to have dispatch go down. What is the timeline? Because I thought a year ago this would be like 3 months. Here we are a year later. Here we are. I'm not pointing the finger. I'm just saying now that we know there's consensus, we've got some things figured out. What's the timeline to get this operational?
Yeah, I empathize with the frustration, and I'll just take this opportunity to be thankful for the board, one, for this opportunity and the support that we've experienced thus far. It has been a long year as we come into June, but I will say this, we have seen astronomical pace and movement since the beginning of this year. That's been very, very helpful. County Administrator's Office has been very helpful in that, and County Council. I think to make sure that we're abiding by all the appropriate codes and purchasing and contracting, that our intent is to, as soon as the board approves this, that we can initiate those processes without delay, and we have a lot of that documentation prepared and already ready to move forward as well.
So after today, there's no more holdup on the board, or we're going. It's just a matter of getting equipment in and contractors and stuff to do the work.
We pre-ordered with Cal OES. We gave them the word back in October of last year, so that equipment is probably on a pallet sitting waiting to be brought to our building. And we pre-ordered as much of the equipment as we possibly could that would be funded by the state and not necessarily funded by us. So we have a lot of moving parts to expedite this. I would imagine that you'll see a series of items coming to you on consent as the project progresses according to the existing laws for purchasing and contracting.
Roger, do we feel good that by fire season this will happen? Or I'm not going to hold anybody's feet to the fire. I just want
to. Most of the stuff that you're going to see in the coming weeks have a lead time of around, I would say, 8 weeks.
Okay.
So if it continues to rain, but it's starting to get hot, and I will not guarantee anything before fire season.
And now you jinxed it.
I just know for sure we're not going to be having this conversation in the fall about when are we going to, it's going to happen this summer. Okay.
This has my full attention. I'll be relentlessly advocating for 911.
I think this has been a marathon, but right now we're in a sprint.
Yeah. Mentioned of anything coming back having to be on consent. We have the authority here basically for purchasing and signing anything with the CAO's office. Is that just so that we have to wait 2 weeks to put something even on consent? Does this already address everything you need to basically, with this approval, move forward?
Supervisor, if I can address that. There are components of this move to Stryker that are public projects under the Public Contract Code. So those components will require formal bidding. That will require your board to adopt plans and specifications and to approve awarding contracts.
Wonderful.
But those components will be coming back to your board. All of the purchases should not.
Wasn't the emergency declaration though supposed to bypass some of that?
That was specific to the electrical issues at the existing facility. So it doesn't cover any of this move to Stryker Court.
Could we do an emergency declaration to bypass that?
If there were sufficient evidence to support an emergency declaration and that were presented to your board, which we don't believe that there is for this specific move.
Past 911 dispatch centers going down?
It's currently operational. We've looked at all options to expedite this as much as possible while, being legally compliant. And
I share in Supervisor Cruz.
To be clear, if an emergency happened between now and, whenever, absolutely we would go down that road. But that's not the current state where we're at. So the state where we're at is we're following the Public Contract Code. Plans and specs will come back to your board for approval. Contracts will come back. But again, and the sheriff and I have had this conversation, if something changes, we will then change course to make it move. But we are also making this a top priority so that it will move as fast as possible.
So what defines an emergency? Because did the backup generator fail?
That's kind of my
just
point.
the other day?
29th.
Correct. On the 29th, we did have a power outage, and the backup generator that we're currently utilizing did not kick on. The power was restored relatively quickly. I know facilities have been looking into confirming whether or not it did kick on. I haven't received confirmation one way or the other, but they did come out and inspect the generator, and it's operational. But our reports from our staff on duty that day, that it did not come on for several minutes. We had to operate on battery backups.
So, Council, can I push back a little bit? Because if we were to take, I know you guys are working on it, it's a priority, I know that. But if we were to take all the times that it's gone down or had issues and put that on a sheet of paper, we'd see how many, 3, 4, 5, less, more. So why do we need to wait for another emergency to happen to declare
Well, we
state
can
of
look at that
emergency?
much more closely. I wasn't here last week, so I wasn't aware of the most recent incident. So we'll look at that more closely for your board. And we just want to be clear that the emergency at the time was about that other facility, and we know we don't want to continue to use that other facility. So let us look at this a little bit more closely. We'll get more information from the sheriff and from facilities as to what happened, and we'll move from there. But I'm sure your board is also aware that not adhering to the Public Contract Code has consequences, and so that's the other balancing that we need to do as we move forward.
And I appreciate that really good point. And only want to state too, to the idea that we are going a lot faster since January, that's much appreciated, because that's been, I think the confusion up here is, I probably share with Supervisor Kirk, is haven't we already done this? Haven't we brought this, made it a priority, put it in the budget, and move forward? And as issues have come up, fix this, patch that, and yet it hasn't, and getting conflicting info. And so I just want to say that I'm really happy to hear that the team is working well together. We've got a unified kind of message, and that is making it move so much faster so that we don't have to end up having this come back. So with that, I'll look for, if there are no further comments or questions, a motion to move on staff recommendation for this item.
Chair,
So move as stated.
second.
All right, we have a first by Supervisor Griefer. We have a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, abstaining? All right, it's unanimous. Captain, Sheriff, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for the support and all the professional partners as well that have a stake in this.
Always. All right, I believe we're moving on to item 13. This is the assessor recorder item. And if the board clerk can read item 13.
Item number 13, consideration of adopting resolution 27-25, rescinding resolution 113-17, and establishing new procedures for low-value exemptions on the unsecured assessment roll.
Thank you. And before we start, Supervisor Kirk?
Yeah, I have, because of my short-term rental on my private property, this would fall under a business type exemption. So I'm going to recuse myself from this item.
Well, we got to kick him out again. All right, there we go. Item 13, take it away.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephanie.
Microphone.
Oh.
A little closer.
There we go.
For the folks at home.
Good afternoon. Is that better?
Yep, perfect.
I'm Stephanie Carlson. I'm the Assessment Services Program Supervisor. This is Rachel Jones, Assistant Assessor Recorder. Among my other responsibilities, I value and enroll the unsecured roll. Now, I know you've had a chance to review the memo and resolution that describe our recommendation to increase the low value limit from its current $5,000 to $10,000 for the unsecured roll. So I won't go through that item by item, but I would like to give you the overall context for why we support this measure and how we came to our recommendations. To begin, we wanted to see what fiscal effect the change would have. We analyzed the 24-25 roll to determine the differences in terms of both the number of assessments and the value and revenue difference that would take place if we were at $10,000 low limit this year. What we found is that the number of assessments would have decreased almost 26%, more than 600 fewer assessments, with only a 1.6% decrease in revenue from the unsecured roll, which is approximately $45,000 split among the county, city, special districts, and schools. This change only affects the unsecured roll, which includes businesses, aircraft, boats, mines, and possessory interests. Under California law, unsecured property is treated very differently from real property, secured property. Since Prop 13, real property is appraised once and then needs reappraisal only when there is a transfer of ownership or new construction. In contrast, unsecured property must be appraised each year at fair market value. This means that every boat and aircraft must be appraised using a mixture of information from the owners and price guides such as Aircraft Blue Book and J.D. Power valuations, sometimes internet searches for comparable values. Every business must report all property owned by the business, and we must appraise the business based on changes to the business property year over year. All of these appraisals are done manually and are very labor intensive. So due to staffing levels and an increase in the number of assessments that need to be done, we feel the most efficient use of our time is to increase the low value exemption, thereby decreasing the total number to be done annually. Raising the low value limit benefits taxpayers in two ways. First, it provides direct tax relief to small business owners and those whose personal property is valued under $10,000. Second, all taxpayers benefit from the assessors and tax collectors' offices being able to work more efficiently. It allows us to focus our efforts where it's needed most on more complex and higher value appraisals. Thanks very much for your consideration.
Great, thank you. I'll do questions and comments with this. I think it's relatively straightforward. I did a little math, said it'd be 26% more efficient, and I think the revenue reduction is 0.25% or something like that.
1.6.
Yeah.
And, you know, if we get staffing levels up again someday, we can try to
Yep.
recover for that too.
So, board?
Yeah, I think it's smart government business right here. Cutting down, especially we've cut down on staff. We spend probably way more in staff time to recover that amount of money. And out of 650 of them for $12,000, that's about $18 each for a property tax bill. So you guys spend way more time than that.
I think it makes sense. And if there's no further comment, be looking, open it up for public comment. Any members of the public want to speak, please line up. Bob? No? All right. So coming back to the board, I'll be looking for a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Campbell. We have a second by Holland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstaining, passes unanimously with Supervisor Kirk recused. All right, and we're going to take a 5-minute little bio break real quick as we reset.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna kick it off. These should be relatively quick. We'll start with we'll just do item 22 first. These, just a reminder, we always have in our procedural manuals, board requests that they are 5-minute items, and in the interest of not tabling them, but being able to kind of get a yes or no, I'm hoping that we'll be able to kind of stick to the yes or no on that, and be able to indicate that we would like to bring this back into the future. So with that, will the board clerk and Supervisor Kirk here, actually, will we read item 21?
Item number 21, request to discuss directing staff to bring back an item for potential amendments to Title 17 regarding accessory dwelling units, ADU, Kirk and Holland.
One of you?
Yeah, I can do it. This is pretty straightforward. Ruben from Land Structure came by and mentioned that when they do ADUs, that the roof line is capped at, I believe it was 16 feet or something like that, 18 feet. And so for building practicalities, having it taller would make their lives a lot easier because, you know, you got to have, if you have 9-foot ceilings, plus you need a floor, so on and so forth. So maybe CDD can look at that, maybe just put it in line with residential housing, whatever the height limit is on that. Something that's easy to fix, no big deal. So that was all that I got.
And that is specifically what this is intending to do, not all ADU policy. Okay.
Yeah, just fix that roof line
Okay.
height. I had no idea that it was actually different until he brought it up. So
Yeah, my understanding is that he had some projects that are like in the queue that they want to get done, so we just want to move it quick so they can get those built.
We'll quickly move to public comment on this item. If any member of the public would like to speak, please speak up. Going once, twice. All right, we'll bring it back to the board unless there's any discussion necessary.
I have a question. So has anybody checked with Quincy or anybody in the building department about whether we can do this? Because what you're asking for is direct staff to bring back an item for potential amendment to Title 17. But we don't know if we can amend it. I don't know if it impacts anything else.
I have not. I know usually roof line heights have to do with the fire department being able to get on the roofs in emergencies. I did talk to Steve while he was here today, and he said, yeah, that shouldn't, he wasn't sure why it was different either. But from his point of view, from fire point of view, having them the same as a residential house shouldn't be a problem.
Well, it seems like that assessment should come from county staff, shouldn't it? And not the applicant?
And just as we have a board request here, if it's to that specific point and bringing back an item to discuss it and potentially take action, I think the staff would put that together. That's how I'm reading this.
Yeah, it was the public that pointed out, hey, there's a discrepancy in the code where it caps the ADU height, which causes, when you're building, like if you're going to build a 2-story, it can cause a problem.
Well, I understand that's the perspective of the applicant, but there might be other elements to it that he's not aware of, that it would be good to vet that through the building department before we say we make a promise to
I can answer
the public that we're going to bring back an item that's going to change Title 17. That's what I'm saying.
I hear you. So I did ask Quincy, and she said her response was, since it was an individual request, usually they can seek a zoning amendment. So that was the response I got. And then there's response to, that was the response. So my response to that is I don't necessarily want to go down this path where we have to wait as a board for individuals to come up and say, I need this to be corrected so I can build. If in general, if we amend the text to not be 16 feet so that we don't have further people coming in having to do specific text amendments, I'd rather just update the source document to not be 16 feet. So it was because Ruben came in, and the response I got was either they can do a text amendment, or they can come before the board and request that the board request that we update Title 17. So,
Again, I don't have any issue with the substance of what we're talking about. It's just, it comes across like we're changing Title 17 to meet one applicant's project. And Title 17 is a countywide policy that applies to everyone.
I could hear you on that, but having built my own home and built my own Airbnb, and Mike's in the building world, 16 feet is not tall at all. And so there's going to be other ADUs that are eventually going to fall into this, especially as we're pushing, we're going towards this conversation of having pre-planned ADUs for people to build. I think we should get ahead of it, especially when we have somebody who has a couple projects lining up to where they could be building. I think it's just a good time to just.
And Supervisor Kirk, since we're also at the 5-minute there, because I think we're talking whether we want to have that discussion, unless there's any new points, I'd like to call the question on.
No, I have another new point. So my question,
because we're not having a discussion on this, and we're at the 5 minutes.
Continue. So my question here is, what if staff comes back with a recommendation that we do not change Title 17 to amend?
Then we'll have that conversation. I think that's what we're asking. Is let's have the.
Why would we have a conversation about something that it's recommended we don't do?
How do we know that?
Okay.
So the only item before us is whether we have a discussion.
I'm pointing out a problem with this process. Is what I'm trying to do.
Hold on. The process is if one or two board members, they bring an item before the board and we vote on it. So we keep jumping to this thing where we have these arguments about the items, but we just need to decide if we want to have the conversation.
So I'm going to step in. I'm going to call the question on this. I think we had a discussion on it. That is how the process is laid out in our governance manual, and we're at 5 minutes. So following that, I'd like to call a vote on the item. I think, Sarah, do we have to do motions and all that if the chair can just call the question?
I mean, you should do.
According to our, all right, I'll be looking for a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion that we approve bringing back the Title 17 regarding the accessory dwelling unit.
Specifically.
Height requirement, and I'll second.
All right, so we have first by Supervisor Holland, we have a second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor of agendizing this in the future, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? Okay, passes unanimously. We are on to the next item. If the board clerk can read item 22.
Item 22, request for presentation by the Environmental Health Department. Brandon and Holland.
Great, thank you. I'll go since you did. The basic pitch is I would like to bring environmental health back with the Community Development Department to present on how their processes are going and basically answer questions. The issue is a number of small businesses have been reaching out to me. I found out that this is also happening, I believe, with Supervisor Holland as well, regarding a lot of back and forth or time being taken up. Not so much kind of what they have to do, but more things being added over time in that. So this is a request to have them present. There's some stuff laid out in there, and be able to then ask questions and give direction. Supervisor?
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. That's good.
Great. Do we have any board kind of questions or discussion on that?
Yeah, I have some discussion on it. So I had fewer issues with the last item. That one's more, to me, narrowly tailored. The issue of what do we do if the recommendation is not to do it, notwithstanding. This one I have a lot more issues with because it feels like we've skipped a step here. Has anybody reached out to environmental health about the concerns that you've had from constituents and business owners?
Yes.
What did they say?
It would be on a case-by-case basis and take too long to discuss. But I have individually reached out, both be environmental health on some as well as community development on others, generally through community development, as that's, the appropriate kind of chain of command.
So why then have this presentation? Were you not satisfied with the response you got?
No, I was not.
Okay. Well, because it sounds like we're setting policy or asking, to me, that this implies that environmental health is doing something wrong. And we need to have a hearing to call them out and address what they're doing wrong. And I guess I haven't gotten the same kind of calls. Occasionally I do. But usually when I look into it, one, there's usually a different side of the story when you talk to the actual person in environmental health that's overseeing whatever issue it is. And two, usually if there was a mistake that the county made, they're more than willing to correct that or work with the person to make sure that that mistake doesn't happen. And I found that that doesn't happen very often either. So this to me sets up an idea or a concept that there's something systematically wrong with environmental health. And more so than even, I would say, the building department, where, those standards can be changed or amended in different. I don't feel that way as much about environmental health. When we're talking about food safety and restaurant inspections and how people are disposing of food oil and, safe water and that kind of thing, I'm not really willing to have our environmental health be more lenient on those kind of things.
And understood, we're approaching about the 5-minute thing.
Well, no,
the discussion again.
yeah,
This goes back to whether we would agendize this for a future board meeting or not.
And so my point
in
is
alignment
that,
with our policies that are adopted.
Okay, but yeah, I mean, you can't hold a time limit to something, and we
have a 5-minute time limit.
No, it's not. Anyway, we could argue about that, but the point is, I feel that you have not taken all the steps necessary to get to this point where we need to have a full hearing.
Yeah.
And so what I'm asking is that we table this, you communicate with Quincy, who's standing here and might want to speak to some of this, or relevant
and I would
environmental health
recognize
staff.
if you want to make a motion to table.
Okay. Quincy's here. I'd kind of want to hear what she has to say.
We are at the 5 minutes right now, and I want to make sure if there were other comments onto it, but I'm trying to follow the adopted board procedures manual, which is agendizing basically a discussion, not getting into that review, and it's the same as the previous item.
Well, again, this is
I
the
don't want to
problem.
cut off, but at that 5 minutes, I feel within the right as a chair to be able to make a motion to agendize this in the future for this item.
Well, it sounds like
and if
you're
there's a
wanting to
second
shut
on
down
the board-
conversation that you don't agree with. And
I'm
I know that's
I'm
not
following our
where you're coming
5-minute board policy because
Okay.
we can't do this if when we bring them up, we then have the full 20, 30-minute discussion. We're only talking about having that discussion.
My discussion.
And I agree we should have that discussion.
My discussion is not about the substance of what you're talking about. It's about the recommendation. So it's highly relevant to what we're talking about now.
There is no recommendation.
But yes, you are asking to agendize.
No, there's
this
a request
very detailed
of assessment of feasibility. It's not
very
recommended.
detailed assessment of what environmental health is doing. That's what you're asking to agendize. And I'm saying that there's more work that needs to be done before we get to
It's
that
an
point.
assessment, not a recommendation. It's not
No,
telling them they have to
you're-
do it.
Yeah, that's what the
I don't want to
recommendation
argue
says.
on it. There is a motion on the table. If there is not a second, then we'll consider it dead and we will abandon the
Is
item.
there a motion?
There's no motion.
I made a motion.
I didn't catch that.
Oh, we have to do public comment. Well, we'll move into public comment then. Open it up for public comment. If any members of the public would like to speak, please step up and have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. Mostly I just wanted to speak to my environmental health staff. I wanted to make sure they know that I did not know this item was going to be on the agenda. That I did respond, I believe it was Tuesday or Wednesday, in an email to Supervisors Holland and Brandon with more detail about the inspections and businesses that had come into question. And I was not made aware that there was any dissatisfaction with that answer. So just want to let the staff know that I did not know this was going to be on the agenda. And of course, happy to follow any board direction. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Recommend, I think, speaking with Roger, we talked about this a week and a half ago to be able to talk with CDD about agendizing it at this meeting. So with that, do we have any other public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close that. I am not trying to shut it down. I'm following what the board request stuff is. So I will make a motion to agendize this presentation to be able to discuss in the future. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, there is a second. So we have a motion by Supervisor Brandon. We have a second by Supervisor Holland. I'll call the question.
Actually, I have a counter.
All those in favor?
I have a counter.
Okay.
I would make a motion that we table this item to allow yourself, Supervisor Holland, to communicate with Quincy and relevant environmental health staff that, in the hope that we can resolve the issues that you've had with your constituents without having to have a full hearing before the board. As we know,
All right.
we want to be more efficient here, and
Sure.
to me, this is kind of going in the wrong way when we're talking about efficiency.
There's a substitute motion, which would be to effectively table this item, indeterminate. Is there a second for that substitute motion?
Second. Wait, hold on. Yeah, can you clarify
Okay.
that one more time, Ryan? What did you say?
So we'll table this motion, allow, let's say, until the first meeting of May. So first board meeting of May. And if that discussion hasn't happened to your satisfaction, then this item comes back and we vote on it at that time.
Okay.
Okay. That's fine. So we have the substitute motion, which is, I think, the same, which is to basically bring it back for a discussion, which I'm fine with. So we'll call the question on that. We have a first by.
Sorry, but leaving it to the discretion of both of you whether it's necessary to bring it back.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. And communication has happened with staff, and yes, the response did not address what was brought up. I don't want to infer that there wasn't communication.
No.
There has been follow-up on these.
What I'm saying is that if you feel it's necessary that it needs to come back in May, it can come back.
Understood. So we'll call the
not,
question on that motion. We have a first by Supervisor Campbell. We have a second by Supervisor Griefer. The motion is to table this until a meeting in May, was it?
First board meeting in May
First board meeting in May.
If it's deemed necessary by supervisors.
At our discretion there.
And Holland.
Okay. So we'll call the question on that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Abstaining? Okay, so it passes unanimously, and we have that coming back to the first meeting in May. All right. Well, it was almost 5 minutes each. It was not too far off, so. With that, I think we have finished and concluded our regular business. Is that correct, Nicole? I think everything gone through. The only thing left that we have will be all of our closed session items. And I'll ask in the meantime to County Council if for any of these we expect a report out or keeping the access to Walmy hostage.
No, I don't think we're going to report out anything. We are going to move number 19 to next week, the 15th.
All right. So number 19 will be moved next week. We have items 15 through 18, as well as item 20 still on the agenda. So we'll open up public comment on these items. If any members of the public would like to speak to these closed sessions, please say so, or forever hold your peace. All right, 1, 2, public comment is closed. So 3:34, we're going to adjourn our board meeting into closed session. Oh, thank you. Yes, and if the clerk can please read items 15 through 18 and 20.
Item number 15, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Roger Root, Acting County Administrator, Liz Peterson, Deputy County Administrator, Karen McGettigan, Human Resources Director / Risk Manager, and Deb Schuman, Human Resources Manager. Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Item number 16, closed session, public employee performance evaluation, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, title, Chief Probation Officer. Item number 17, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representatives, Roger Root, Acting County Administrator, and Karen McGettigan, Human Resources Director / Risk Manager. Unrepresented employee, Chief Probation Officer. Authority Government Code Section 54957.6. Item number 18, closed session, public employee performance evaluation. Authority Government Code 54957B1, title, Director, Health and Human Services Agency. Item number 20, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Authority Government Code Section 54956.6, 1.9D1 Mill Villa Mobile Home Park, LP versus County of Tuolumne, Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV67033.
All right, Nicole, thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you, Supervisor Griefer, for the reminder. I will call for public comment again in that order. Any members of the public on those items? Going once, going twice? Seeing none, we will close that. And as mentioned before, item 19 is tabled and there is no report out expected for any of these items of business. We'll adjourn into closed session at 3:36. We'll be in the law library. Great.